What up, friends? Not the best of the Eric Zane Show podcast is happening right now. All right. Fresh show returns Thursday, July 6th. Okay. Right here. Also on my Patreon. Fresh shows as well. Patreon.com/Eric Zane. That's where you go for that. Patreon.com/Eric Zane. 7 days free gets you access to everything. Who are these freebeers? Who are these Zanes? Eventually, who are these Justins? That guy. Oh, boy. And, of course, the Ben and Eric Patreon podcast, my daily Patreon bonus. In Zane Asylum, Lost Zane recordings, Smarter Than a Former Drug Dealer trivia. This is all 1 week. Oh, my God. 7 days free. Thank you. Patreon.com/Eric Zane. You got to put in like a payment form. And then, like, you know, if you don't cancel it, it'll charge you for 1 month after that. Hopefully you'll like it and say, yeah, fucking let it ride, you know? If you want, you can also sign up for a year, and I will take 10% off of the cost. I don't know anybody on Patreon who does these two things. Offers it free for 7 days, and if they buy it for a year, takes 10% off of the cost. Okay, thanks so much. Let's get to it. Not the best of the Eric Zane Show podcast. Welcome into the Eric Zane Show Patreon bonus podcast. And this is a special, very special edition with a word to the area pedophiles. The area pedophiles had better go back to the drawing board. And if they want to be successful at doing terrible things to children, they're going to have to avoid online sources. Friend of mine, longtime cop, Tory Whitten, who his career now is fighting lung cancer. I swear to God, I've known him for years, and most of those years he's been fighting lung cancer. Incredible story. Anyway, I digress. He lives right down the next street, by the way. He said, if you go online and you think you're talking to a kid and you say, hey, I'm going to send you a picture of my dick, here it comes, you're probably sending a picture of your penis to a cop. It was just a major bust that went down. Megan says, why are you trying to help them? I'm not trying to help them. Well, there probably used to be at least one that subscribed to the Patreon. You're right. And I think they share it amongst themselves. So Kalamazoo County is where this one went down. Kalamazoo County Sheriff. 6 arrested this time for soliciting children. All right, we're going to go over the appearance of some of these. I don't know if you're like me, but whenever it says so-and-so arrested for something like this, you just look at you look at the picture, they're wearing the orange jumpsuit, and you're like, well, yeah, of course. Look at him. Of course he's a child molester. Which is why I fully expect to see Dean's picture on one of these. So I'm going through the slideshow, and I'm like, oh, it's happening. It's going to be. I'm going to see him. Or any of the other former Zaniacs, especially Dean. He looks very pervy to me. Always has. Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Office says its task force that targets people soliciting sex from teens. Actually, let me pull that away from you, and I'll just read it for now. Has arrested 6 more men, including a Portage school bus driver. That's a bummer because there's a shortage of school bus drivers. You know, I mean, they probably knew he was into kids and hired him anyway. Have you heard about that? The school bus driver shortage? Holy shit. For once, I would love these stories to unfold and to say 6 men and 1 woman. Women, you never, ever, ever hear about women soliciting kids online. Women are smarter about it. All they do, if they want young penis, is they go into the teaching profession. That's brilliant if you think about it. You get eyes on the prize. All you have to do is keep an eye out for the kid that's most attractive to you, and off you go. You just do your thing. And we all know the sliding scale. If it's an ugly teacher, execution. If it's a hot teacher, no charges. Alexander Bogdan, 33 of Martin. Paul Drummond, 58 of Kalamazoo. In fact, let me now go over the images here. That's not it. There you go. Alexander Bogdan. He's 33. He looks the least suspect of all of these. Fairly normal looking dude. Soliciting a child. In fact, I don't see anything effed up about his face. I hate beards. So the beard always makes me think. No offense if you have a beard. Makes me think you're trying to hide something. Next up. Paul Drummond, 58 years old of Kalamazoo. Here we go. Okay. All right. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Without a doubt. You see a guy like this, and every one of these dudes are white guys. They always are. They're always... Black guys are too smart for this, and chicks are too smart for this. It's always stupid white guys. All of these Trump voters, they all listen to the boomer bunker. These are the pieces of shit that we're dealing with on a regular basis. Look at him. My God, what a shithead. Number 3, yep. Oh, yeah, dead giveaway. It's the ears. It's the shape. You see, this guy's just fucked up. And I mean, I don't even know where to begin on the previous guy, Paul Drummond. Guy number 1, bad haircut, okay? We're establishing a trend. This guy doesn't even take care of his hair. Another bad haircut. These are people who are like, I don't give a fuck, just shave it. I'm going to go get me some kids. This is Joshua Knapp. He's 43, but he looks 63. My God, he's 43 years old. Does that look like a 43-year-old to you? I mean, I'm 52, and I look younger than that guy. Maybe. All right, this guy's I'm sorry, he looks retarded. We are establishing a trend here with the haircuts and the beards. Every one of these individuals has a terrible haircut except for the one guy who just looks crazy. But they all look the same. Loves kids. Crazy and loves kids. Loves kids. Loves kids. They could all be brothers. But this guy looks extremely derp. This is Josh Knapp. The last guy was from Wayland. This is Brian Malone. He's 39. He's from beautiful Byron Center, Michigan. Awful. Number 5. Hold on a second here. I just had a bad feeling. Okay, never mind. I don't have a bad feeling anymore. Okay, now this guy's going to be raped in prison. There's no question. Brandon Moore. He looks very sensitive. He looks like he's scared to death. He is going to be a bottom in prison. Slightly built. He's not like a big, giant. He doesn't look like a walking thumb like the other morons do. Last guy is John Morrill, 50 years old, from Kalamazoo. Okay, another bad haircut. Looks like chronic alcoholism with this nose. Facial features are way too tight in his face. Too big of a head for that small of a face. He just looks fucked up. This pink-faced predator. Holy shit. What a bunch. Talks about various occupations, what they're charged with. They each face charges of accosting a child for immoral purposes and computer crimes. One of them, Malone here, also faces a charge of child sexually abusive material. And Bogdan, the first guy, a charge of aggravated indecent exposure. He actually sent a picture of his cock. Bogdan, U.S. postal worker. Malone, an employee of Network Fire and Security. Moore, an employee of Stryker. Knapp is unemployed. I love how they just bust on these guys. This is cancellation at its finest. How'd you like to be the folks at Stryker? Like, fuck. Oh, no. I almost wish that they wouldn't release where they work. I mean, it's not fair to the employers, but they didn't know. I mean, come on. Now, it says here, accosting a child for immoral purposes is a 4-year felony. Why? It should just be death. You should just be shot in the face. Who would actually argue that? I mean, if you want to have sex with a kid, can you imagine being the guy to say, well, now, hey, hang on a minute. Let's think about this. You don't want to be that guy. The Kalamazoo Human Oppression Strike Team's first sting was in April. The Human Oppression Strike Team. It sounds like a bunch of superheroes. When it netted 3 men, no doubt all white, one of whom was a Western Michigan University campus cop, and another of whom worked in a nursing and rehab facility in Mattawan, Michigan. In that sting, authorities said the men thought they were talking with a 15-year-old girl over the internet when they asked for sex. The person they were speaking with was actually, as my pal Tori told me, was actually an undercover police officer. When the men arranged to meet and went to a Kalamazoo area hotel, they were arrested. Wow, you got to be a real desperate piece of shit to roll the dice like that. I mean, Chris Hansen to Catch a Predator. I mean, that show's like 20 years old. How have these people not learned? You got to go old school. If you want to have sex with a child, everybody knows you become a Boy Scout leader. You become a priest. Most sexualized is Catholic. If you become a Catholic priest, you have the best chance at child sex. Though a Catholic, this is a true thing. You can get tons of sex as a priest and a Boy Scout leader and a teacher. Those are the professions that you need to get into. Okay? You need to avoid the internet and say yes to molesting in those 3 ways. Those are the best, most effective ways to molest children. Or camp counselor. Like, that's where I was molested. When I was at camp, that's where I was molested. Some of you might be like, wait, huh? No, it's true. I was molested. It wasn't the worst molestation. No one put anything in me, but a man did, in fact, handle my penis. His name was Chris, and I think he was grooming me. Some of you don't know if I'm being serious or kidding. For a lot of what I've been saying, I've been kidding. This part I am not. Camp Ozanam, where I was molested. It was a great time. Knapp lives in a trailer park in Wayland. Big shocker. Linda, you're from Wayland, right? But there's no mistaking Wayland. It is it's a trailer park mecca, without a doubt. You're not from Wayland. You used to live in Wayland. Good thing you got out. There's a lot of backwards people living in Wayland, Michigan. There's no doubt. I am sitting on 3 gigantic stories, none of which I can tell you about. Enormous. And I'm biding my time until I can tell you about them. Huge. Let's see. What is very, very personal in nature. Not so much me, but another person that I'm very close to. Just waiting. I actually am on the verge of asking this person, hey, when can I talk about this on the podcast? When can I just say, hey, here's what's up? I have to be very careful about this. So there's that. Stevie says, I hate that you tease us with stuff like this. Well, you do realize, though, that I will tell you. And if you're thinking about it, and I tease you from now on, from time and again, and then I finally one day will say, hey, guess what? I'm going to tell you all these stories I've been sitting on. You're going to be like, yes, it's going to be something to look forward to. You're right. That's why they call it a tease. Okay, so there's that. And then the other one is concerning free beer and hot wings. Massive, huge story. And I can't say anything about it because the information that I've gathered, I cannot put who told me this in jeopardy. No, I'm not telling you. And number 3 is, I'll tell you what, I'll give you a little bit of information. Not about what I just said, about the third one. If you watched Ben and Eric yesterday, and I haven't published the audio yet for that, I revealed to you something that I can reveal to you. And that is, LAV is looking for a morning show host. Now, I'm assuming, in fact, I know it would be joining the existing team, Michelle and Travis. However, there's a lot of nuances and twists and turns in this that I can't tell you about now. But I give myself a small chance of getting this job. Small chance. And it isn't because of my lack of ability. As you know, there is no one more qualified to do that than me. I am the best, and I am the most prolific member of the Grand Rapids radio community who doesn't even work on the radio. Without a doubt. And the most humble. Stevie says, how would I listen to you if you get that job? Well, there would be some changes. And I've talked about this. I would do the morning show for half of the day. I'll do the morning show and then stay at the radio station. And then I would come home, and this show would start in the afternoon. This show would no longer be this podcast on in the morning. That would all change. Everything else would remain the same. So you would have to get used to hearing from me in the afternoon. Megan says, honestly, that works better for me. Now, radio these days is a changed bird. No one says that, but I just did. Audience members listen on average for like 10 minutes a day, and they do it in their car. If you're lucky enough to get them to listen to the app, then they can still listen. But it is different. Even from when I was on the air. It's changed again. So this would be big. This would be really big. But I honestly, I give myself a minimal chance of getting this job. For a lot of reasons that I can't talk about right now because I don't want to incinerate my own chances. Kenny says, but it's radio. Who needs radio? Remember? Yeah, I get you. I don't need it. Like my parachute is fully deployed. And that is true. I don't need the job. That's what makes it so tantalizing to me. There's no pressure at all. I'm fortunate enough because of you all to have this running at a level that, if I get it, I get it. I don't. No big deal. I've got my podcast. It's to a point where the radio job would only be a moonlighting job. This is my primary. It will be. But I still love radio. I really do. I've said shitty things about it, but it's still cool to me. I still like it. That's the first thing I ever did. I love the idea of never knowing who's listening. Well, I mean, I kind of have that now with this, but still, I don't know. I think I would really, really like it. Plus, I think it would be easy because when you're in a spot where you've had to, do this for extended time, hours on end, and I can't hear anyone. I can see comments here and there, but you kind of refine what you were taught to do in the first place. Adam says, do you think any of your podcast content would be a conflict? You mean like how I say shit and fuck? Probably. And that would have to be worked out because I wouldn't change it. I would not change it. If it boiled down to, okay, you can't do a podcast. Well, then I can't take the job. Well, you can't swear anymore. Well, then I can't take the job. Well, you can't do this. Well, look, you have to understand this. Unless you're going to buy the podcast for $1 million, you don't have anything to do with the podcast. And I'm not going to talk about the podcast. I'm coming in there to do a radio job. And then I'm going to go do my side business, or my main business, actually, that I've built for the last 4 years. So we shall see. LAV has an ad out right now, and I did apply. I sent my resume, my cover letter, my references, my little audio sample of what I think sounds good. We'll see. I'll keep you posted. Today, though, it is a normal day for your old pal Eric Zane because I get this done and then I have to pick up some nice people at 2:30 in the limo in beautiful Saugatuck, Michigan. So I got to be out of here. I got to be at the garage by probably 1:15. Then I have to pick up some nice folks in Holland at about 5:30. No. Grand Rapids, take somebody to the airport, and then at 11 o'clock tonight, I have to pick up a newly married couple and take them to the hotel for some serious boning. 3 sweet runs. Tell me what I should order at Bosco's, friends. Well, you cannot go wrong with a burger, and the beauty of that is after you eat the burger and the fries or whatever you get, onion rings, doesn't matter. You won't have to eat for like 3 days. Side note, yeah, the guy who stiffed me on the tip, which I talked about on the free podcast yesterday, that was the CEO of Spartan Nash, Doug Hackett. Can you believe that? He's talking about buying a new private jet. He can't even give me 10 fucking bucks to pick him up. That job, we depend on tips. Jesus. All right, enough of that. Tell me what you think about this. Some lady on TikTok said her fiance, hang on a second here. This chick here said that her boyfriend wrote up a contract, and she signed it, and her boyfriend signed it, and I guess they're engaged to be married. Woman gets notarized documents saying her partner must pay all her bills if he cheats, sparking debate. She says her fiance voluntarily signed the contract. I believe it. And he'll have to pay all of her bills. Oh, I think I can actually see the TikTok here. Bear with me. My computer is acting kind of messed up. Sometimes the mouse gets weird. I don't know. Audio. Check. Video. Check. I think. Where is she? Oh, my God. I don't know if this is going to work. Nothing's agreeing with your old pal Eric Zane right now. There she is. All right. This is what she says.
I have just reached a new level of crazy because I just made, well, not made, like I said, I did not make, he did it out of his own free will, but my boyfriend, my fiance, because we just got engaged, just signed a legal document and we got it notarized that if he cheats on me, he has to pay my bills. We did. We just got a legal document signed and actually got it notarized, like legal AF, that if he cheats on me, he's screwed. I'm so smart or crazy, I don't know.
Smart or crazy? I say smart. And if you're him, smart. That's like a prenup, essentially, right? Kind of. No, it's more intense than a prenup. I think it's great. Kenny asked, was the paper worded the same for him? I don't think he cares. I think that guy is so in love. Boy, we're getting a lot of criticism. Stevie says, wow, she seems like a real charmer. Look, who are we to judge? Okay? What's wrong with that? If that's, okay, to the letter of what she just said, if that's the way it is, am I crazy, she says, or am I smart? I would say that is very, very smart. If you take what you can get. I mean, now, and if she does cheat on him and he does, if it doesn't go the other way, well, that's doubly smart. That means if, she goes and gets some fresh dick, she doesn't have any problem, whatever. This is great. I think more people should do this. Sarah says define cheating. I don't know. Maybe it's laid out in there. Cheating on taxes. Could be cheating on anything, I guess. No, if he loves her and he's okay with it, hell yes, all day. Maybe though, I think you could get into trouble though if you were talking about. Because you mentioned define cheating. Because I'm of the opinion that it's all cheating, but just different degrees. Like, if your old pal Eric beats his meat to porno, that is, in fact, cheating. We're talking about beating meat and cheating, Megan. We'll come back to to the whole burger thing in a second. She's asking about the Luigi burger. The Luigi burger is great. Marinara, pepperoni, mozzarella sticks on a burger. It's awesome. I highly recommend it. Okay, so pud pounding and your wife's asleep next to you in the bed. Not that I've ever done that. That's cheating. You're cheating on your wife. It's small, and that's the equivalent of like looking over at the paper next to you and just getting one answer. No big deal. It's not a bad cheat. She's probably going to get annoyed at you, but I don't think she's going to leave at you or leave on you. Like leave you and divorce you for pud pounding porno. But I think when you actually communicate with another person and you don't want her to know, even if it's just a phone call, that's a form of cheating. So, porno, yeah, that's a form of it. I don't think it's grounds for divorce unless if it dominates your life and ruins everything. Talking to someone who you shouldn't be talking to, absolutely. That's how emotional affairs start. Entangled emotional affairs. 100%. That guy better be careful. Eyes on the prize. Avert your gaze. Live like a Mormon. That's what you need to do. I think it's a great move on her part. Okay, I got to share what this baseball dude did. It seems like the only time I ever care about baseball is when it's like an Albert Pujols home run or there's a bench clearing brawl or a fight in the stands. Jake Fraley is a player for the Cincinnati Reds. He's in the outfield and in Philly, and some fan says something to him, and he gets pissed off. Now, he starts screaming at this dude here, and the dude that he's yelling at is not the guy who said it, and the guy says, sorry, man, you got the wrong guy. But this dude, look at this fucking lunatic.
Calm down.
He tells him to shut the fuck up. Look at this little kid. Look at this little Jewish kid. He's like, oh, no.
Calm down.
He said, you got the wrong guy. And he goes, well, tell him to shut the fuck up. That's what he said.
Calm down.
All these kids everywhere. Jesus. They're yelling at him. Wrong guy. What an asshole. A little bit more background on this. Eyewitnesses said that the crowd wasn't really saying anything bad to the guy. Reds outfielder Jake Fraley, it's not clear what set him off. He was in left field for the Reds. Footage shot by a spectator shows him screaming and yelling. The fans had been throwing the most basic insults at Fraley. I've heard worse stuff at people taking too long at the Wawa kiosk, which is that's a Northeast chain. He said in what may be the most Philly observation of all time. The fans, he said, were ejected. It was weak stuff on Jake Fraley's part. Divine continued. That's the guy who shot the video. The guys that got thrown out thought they didn't do anything wrong. They were throwing the lightest insults I've ever heard in my life at Jake Fraley and just took it way too seriously. Yeah, what an asshole. Fraley has not spoken publicly about the incident. The Reds lose 4-0. Yeah, what an asshole. I see something else that just caught my eye. It says, Pete Rose's sexist reply about rape allegation. So, hang on. I'm waiting for an ad to end before I click on it. Let's see. Audio? Check. Video? Check. I don't know what this is. Okay. When Major League Baseball's all-time hits leader returned to the ballpark in Philadelphia, things turned controversial. I guess they had him there for Legends Day or Pete Rose Day. Why are they playing this music? God, he looks like shit. When asked about relationships of a sexual relationship with a minor, Rose said, I'm not here to talk about that. It was 55 years ago, babe. That happened on August 7th, 2022. Well, yeah, I'm kind of with them. I mean, if you had a relationship with a minor 55 years ago and nobody said anything then, I think you're pretty much off the hook, aren't you?
Who cares what happened 50 years ago? You weren't even born. So you shouldn't be talking about it because you weren't born.
Well, I don't know about that.
If you don't know a damn thing about it, don't talk about it.
Well, we're asking, Pete. Rose said he thought she was 16 at the time, the local age of consent. Okay, so Pete Rose in the 1970s had sex with a 16-year-old. Raise your hand if you give a shit. Okay, if I'm 81 and someone says, Zane, did you have sex with a 16-year-old when you were an adult? And I say yes. What are you going to... I mean, seriously, that's 55 years ago. How the fuck does that even come out in the first place? Jesus Christ. I'm not saying that it's good that he did that. I'm just saying it might be tough to prove that one in court. I mean, holy shit. All right. Kenny says baseball's only interesting when there's drama. LOL. You're absolutely right. I see, if it's not an Albert Pujols home run or a fight in the stands, I'm not interested. All right. Timeout on the field while the trainer tends to Stingley, who's not moving. What a hit by Jack Tatum. Some of you get that reference. I would say one of you gets that reference. If you know that reference, send me an email, eric@ericzaneshow.com. Anyway, portions of the podcast brought to you by amazing sponsors. The #1 mortgage professional in all of the world, the Mario Flores Lakeshore team of Van Dyke Mortgage. That's right. Mario will work tirelessly for you. Whether it's your first mortgage or your 10th mortgage, maybe it's a refi, reach out to the Mario Flores Lakeshore team of Van Dyke Mortgage. 231-332-6505. That's 231-332-6505. My God, getting pre-approved for a mortgage is fantastic. That's the way to go. Don't look for the house. Oh my God, I've got my heart set on this one. And then you don't get approved. You're like, oh my God, I'm such a dick. Don't be a dick. Get pre-approved. 231-332-6505. Thanks also to Berlin Raceway. Now, this coming weekend, it's the Berlin Fair. So, that's cool. You go to the Berlin Fair and you look at the carnies, maybe throw fruit at them, shit like that. Go pet a goat. I love the Berlin Fair, man. Step in puke after the kid gets off the fucking avalanche or the tilt-a-whirl or some shit while they're playing Judas Priest. You got another thing coming, or Paradise City or some shit like that. But after that, the following weekend, the 14th and 15th of July, the super modifieds. I'm sorry. Am I saying that right? Is it super modified or super late models? The fuck is wrong with me? I should know this. Damn it. Super modifieds. I was right the first time. Asshole. Tickets are $17, and I will be at the Saturday finals, day 2 of the super modifieds. I will be there on Saturday. Tickets $17 at berlinraceway.com. Get them and join me. You can't, all you do is walk into the grandstand and look for my nose. Once you see my nose, you come sit with me. You're my guest. $17 a pop. Buy the tickets at berlinraceway.com. Parking free and 15 and under free. Also bring in a cooler with your snacks and your beverages. No glass, no booze. All right. Continuing on with more of Not the Best of the Eric Zane Show podcast. Hello again to each and every one of you. Welcome into the Eric Zane Show podcast, Patreon bonus. We start again. Nice to have you here. It's a weird type of day because it's so damn muggy. Oh, I mean, not that we don't get that around here, but it's just jacked. It is muggy beyond belief. So glad that you are here. I want to make a phone call to a high school where the football coaches. The guy who got into the fist fight. I might even be able to show that to you again. In case you missed it on the free podcast. Audio. Check. Video. It's always a pause when I say video. Video. Check. No check. There he is. Look at him, barrel-chested. Jimbo Knoll is his name. I feel like I got to smash the Zenith here. Hang on. I guess it's okay. Zenith. Hello, Zenith. I don't know. Weird video. As this one unfolded. A lot of screaming and yelling and fighting and holy shit. Somebody gets fed up with them. I like the nerds sitting next to him. Let's go. You big old boys. I tell you what. Oh, God. That first punch was... Yes. Woo! That first punch was a doozy. That's how you handle it. Tell you what, that's how hillbilly, that's how good old boys handle that shit. All right. I got a phone number that I want to call to the school. They're, pretty sure they're in Mississippi. Heidelberg High School, part of the East Jasper School District.
Heidelberg High School. Press 1 for the principal. Press 2 for the counselor. Press 3 for the bookkeeper. Press 4 for the band hall. Press 5 for the school resource officer. Press 6 for the assistant principal. Press 7 for the cafeteria. And for all other calls, please press 0. Please hold while I transfer your call. Heidelberg High School.
Hi, ma'am. How are you?
Hello, how may I help you today?
Yeah. Hey, I'm calling if is Coach Knoll around?
Coach who?
Coach Jimbo Knoll.
Okay, who are you, sir?
This is Eric Zane.
Okay, calling from where? I can take a message for you.
Oh, I'm calling from Michigan. I'm a podcaster. I just saw that fist fight he got in, and I was calling to see if he, She was suspicious right from the start. She just hangs up.
High school. Press 1 for the principal. Press 2 for the counselor. Press 3 for the bookkeeper. Press 4 for the band hall. Press 5 for the school resource officer. Press 6 for the assistant principal. Press 7 for the cafeteria. And for all of...
Cafeteria.
Please hold while I transfer your call.
Hey, how are you?
Hey,
this is Coach Knoll. How you doing?
all right.
Hey, I was wondering if you, I just talking. I want to know if you guys could put a menu item with that has something to do with me getting in that fist fight over the weekend.
Hold on just a second.
Yep.
Hold on just a second.
Yep.
Morrissey, here's the coach on the note song. He was talking about the peace train. He asked me, do y'all know about it?
Hello?
Hey, this is Coach Knoll. Could you all put ass-kicking tater tots on the menu?
Put what on? Put what?
This is Coach Knoll. I got in that fist fight over the weekend. Did you see that?
I didn't see it. Let me get Miss Richardson. Okay?
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, 1 minute.
Yeah.
Oh, 1 minute.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hello?
Yeah, hello. Hey, this is Coach No. How are you?
I'm all right, Coach. How you doing?
Not bad. I don't know if you saw me over the weekend. I got a little fisticuffs.
Yeah, I saw.
Oh, boy. Well, you know what? He had it coming. Well, some say I had it coming, too. Hey, I was going to put on the menu. See if you can put this on your menu for me. Could it say, Coach No, ass-kicking chicken wings?
I can't do that.
The kids will love it. The kids will love it. It say, Coach No, ass-kicking chicken wings.
Let me write it down.
Yeah, that'd be a good idea, wouldn't it?
Man, you coming back?
Yeah. Well, anyway, look. So, if I come down there and sell them like a a la carte item, could I do that?
Can you do what now?
I said I come down there and sell a la carte item at Coach No ass kicking chicken wings. Okay, I'm gonna come see you. Okay. Okay, darling. Bye.
All right.
Bye. Bye.
Take care.
Okay. Bye. See you. Bye. Okay, see ya. Bye. Yep. Hello.
I'm here.
Oh, hell, I thought I hung it up. Okay, who do I ask for?
Wait, who you ask for when you come down here?
Yeah.
I guess you have to ask for the superintendent.
Okay, I'll see you there. Okay. Okay, bye.
Bye.
Okay, see ya. Bye. It went from Coach Noel ass-kicking tater tots to Coach Noel ass-kicking chicken wings. All right. Oh, my God. That's not the only number I have. I'm done with that now, but there was a story about a guy in Nebraska who attempted a world record over the weekend to float down the Missouri River in a pumpkin. So he's got this massive pumpkin. He carves it out and sits down in it. And then look at this guy. He floats down the Missouri River. This is him. His name is Dwayne something or other. Look at the size of that. And there he is. He's got his life vest on, his little cooler, which serves as a seat, a paddle. There he is, floating down the Missouri River. Oh, my God. So I just love this story. Dwayne Hansen is his name. 60-year-old guy, and from what I'm told, he is a sweet, sweet man. So I did a little research. Was able to get his phone number. So, hello. Hey, Mr. Dwayne, how are you?
It's pretty good.
The folks from city of Bellevue passed your number along to me. My name's Eric, and I host a podcast. And congrats on your world record.
Thank you.
You got a minute?
Yeah, I got a minute. I'm at work, but I can take a little bit of time here.
Oh, my God. Okay, so how many miles was it? 38 miles in the hollow?
38 even.
Okay. And you had known that this had been done before, so you saw it as an opportunity to try to set a record?
Yeah, well, I grew that pumpkin, and I just wanted to have, I didn't want just any world record pumpkin. I wanted to have it going down the river.
God. So you're in that thing, and it looked very seaworthy from the pictures that I saw. Is that?
It is not. It's very, very, very tippy.
Wow. So as soon as you started, you realized this is going to be tough.
Yes. It was a lot more tippy than I thought it was going to be. I mean, you had to pay attention.
Yeah, right. I bet. So basically, you were like white knuckling it for a significant amount of time.
Well, I wouldn't say white knuckling it. I just didn't want to sink. It's hard to explain until you do it.
Right. Well, once you set a goal, you wanna accomplish it.
Yes. It's been a goal of mine for, I don't know, 5-6 years. I talked to the lady that had the record, and I asked her some questions. I'm like, you know what? That's what I'm gonna do. So
okay.
It took me that long just to get a pumpkin big enough.
Right. Yeah, you had to grow the right pumpkin. I mean, it has to be appropriate in order to do what it has to do.
Yes, it's tough growing giant pumpkins in Nebraska. It gets too hot.
Okay.
So,
but you did it, and you hollowed it out. You got into it, and then I would imagine that with the tippiness, there was a couple times maybe it took in a little water.
Oh yeah, I took in some water. There was boats on the river, and if they don't slow down, them waves come at you. They're about 3-4 inches high, and you gotta. I put my paddle down, and you hold on to that pumpkin. You gotta ride them out because I'm only sitting
right
6 or 7 inches above the water line. So
wow, how long did it take you to go the 38 miles? Like the whole day, I'm guessing.
It was just about 12 hours. I was expecting 8 to 10 hours, but I was figuring the river at 4 miles an hour, and my phone said it was going 3.5 miles an hour, and that takes time, and there's just a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah, it sounds like a lot of planning and luck goes into this.
A ton of planning, a lot of planning.
Jesus, Pete, it sounds like a funny thing, but at the same time, this was like an engineering marvel to pull this off, in my opinion.
I look back on it, and I got lucky a few times too. So I really did.
Real quick, the people of Bellevue, they just love you. You become like a darling of the city.
I hope somebody else tries it someday. They'll learn a lot of stuff.
Right.
If they go on a river like the Missouri, it's a big place. There's a lot of water out there.
Is there a Mrs. Hansen at home?
Oh yeah.
Okay. How did she feel about all this?
She was okay with it. She was in the boat, my rescue boat almost. She's okay with it. Her biggest deal is I spent all summer out there with Berta in the garden. I probably spent more time with Berta than with her.
Oh, okay. So, and your Berta is the pumpkin.
Yep, Berta's the pumpkin.
Okay.
Yep.
Now you can't, when it comes to pumpkin growing, or as you say, pumpkin growing. Once you put the seed in the ground, that isn't all there is to it. There's more to making that grow.
No, you actually start your pumpkin in like a greenhouse or a hothouse, whatever you want, whatever you got. Probably March.
Okay.
First middle part of March, and then you get that pumpkin going 3 or 4 or 5 days, and you put it out in the ground, and you have your greenhouse built out there, and you have heat in the greenhouse and everything. That pumpkin's going.
Okay. Yeah.
And because you want to keep it 80, 85 degrees.
Wow. So
it's a process.
Yeah, it is. Wow.
It's an everyday thing.
And all the while, eyes on the prize. You were thinking this one might be the one to get me the record.
Well, yeah. Actually, I don't have a picture of it when it was a little bitty baby, and my sister does.
Okay.
And I'm going to have to get that off her phone when it was about the size of a golf ball. She's got a picture of that.
Oh, my gosh. And from a golf ball to floating down the Missouri River.
Yes. It'd be kind of cool once I get these pictures all rounded up to have that little baby one, because there's a lot of pumpkins that you start that don't make it.
Okay.
Right. You not all of them make it.
Well,
most of them don't make it.
What were the folks from, like, was it a Guinness Book of World Record type of thing?
Do what now?
Was this a Guinness Book of World Records thing or just a local record?
No, it's a Guinness Book of World Records. I got in contact with them when Berta was probably 400 or 450 pounds. I thought, this might be the one. And I had to get the go-ahead from them before I try this.
Yeah, right.
And there's a ton of documentation that you need to make this legal. And I think we got it. My sister and my daughter both were involved in this documentation stuff.
Wow.
And I think actually my daughter will be sending that stuff in probably today or tonight or tomorrow. One of the three. So
I'm getting a question from the audience, Dwayne. Where is the pumpkin now?
it's sitting back at my house in front of the house. I said bye to her this morning when I went to work.
Oh my gosh. This is
I'm serious, I did.
What is your day job? Is it I mean, on the side you're growing pumpkins.
I work for a power company and I'm in charge of pushing coal to feed the power plant.
Oh, okay. All right. So you're keeping the lights on for the people.
That's right. That's right.
Well, Dwayne, this is great. Now what? I mean, you've already accomplished this.
Well, you know what? My daughter, I'm gonna kick this around a little bit. What her idea is?
Yeah.
She must be crazier than me. She wants me to have a pumpkin big enough that me and her can fit in it and go down the river.
Oh, a two-person father-daughter pumpkin adventure.
I'm not sure if there's even a Guinness record for that because I think it would be tough.
Wow.
Because it's a balance thing.
Okay.
So you'd have to cooperate perfectly.
Well, is there any limit to the size? I mean,
that if something else happens, that'll be it.
Okay. Well, you know what?
I don't know.
This is a gigantic story, Dwayne, and everybody's talking about it, so I'm sure I'll see it. I'll keep following you, and best of luck to you, okay? I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me, okay?
I don't mind. Thanks for calling.
All right, Dwayne. See you, buddy.
You bet.
Bye-bye. There you go. That is the one and only Dwayne Hansen, a legend. Are you kidding me? Hollows out an enormous pumpkin and floats down the Missouri River. Absolutely spectacular. Oh, he was great, too. He's loving this. I mean, he's loving the attention. Man, good for Dwayne. Good for Dwayne. As we sit here, the Artemis rocket is not launching. You may have been following this. This is an enormous undertaking. The Artemis rocket is this huge ass thing that they're getting ready to shoot off. It's the start of our moon program again, which by 2027 we will have people on the moon and housing and transportation. I mean, I'm not kidding you. That's the plan. Between now and then, there's going to be several missions where things are deployed to the moon's surface, and they're there all like boxed up. It's like Amazon, you know, all these deliveries on the moon over the next several years. And in order to get to that point, they launched the Artemis rocket as a test to make sure that it can do what it's supposed to do, and that is launch and then fly. If you take a look at this, the way this goes is see number one. Okay. It takes off 2, 3. It goes around our planet. Here it is. Here's the big rocket. 6, 7. All right. Looking good. Everything's strong. The rocket separates from whatever this module is called. I think it's called the Orion. And then they kind of run side by side at that point. The rocket next to the Orion. And they're running together, you know. And then the dotted line is the garbage. The garbage is going to go around the moon and then fly off to space, never to be seen again. But the green line here, you see, that's the Orion. It's going to go around the moon. This is what it's supposed to do on this flight that was supposed to take off today, but it got scrubbed. And then it's supposed to be up there for 26 to 42 days. This all happens in that amount of time. And then it goes around the moon. And then, okay, it comes around here and then goes back around the moon and slingshots back home, and then it lands right here, number 17, in the ocean. This is a wonderful graphic. I think I got most of that right. If I didn't, well, fuck it. But anyway, the point of all this is to see that this shit can go around here and do what it's supposed to do. Now, while it's out there, it's going to be deploying several satellites, but ultimately, they want to be able to send, first of all, they're going to have a space station outside of the moon that people can dock, different countries can dock at. And then while this is happening over several years, we're going to be sending all sorts of cool shit down to the surface of the moon. Now, the first question I had was why? Why are we doing this? You need to know that just about everything we have in our culture, on this planet, in this country, everything that is cool happened because of our space program. If it had not been for the things that they've learned while doing all of this cool shit, we wouldn't have a lot of cool shit here on the planet. So that it kind of all ties in. And there's a terrific video that I don't want to play right now, but I have, and I'm going to share. Like if you were to search "why the moon," there's a nice video that NASA put out that I want you to see. So I'm going to link that up in the show notes for you to check that out. But the Artemis is not launching today. It was going to, and then weather was a little weird. And then they discovered that there's actually a problem with, there was an engine issue, supposedly a crack or something like that. And boy, that's a word you don't want to hear. Hey, we're getting ready to launch. Well, the engines have a crack in it. And there's this huge tank full of liquid hydrogen. And they've discovered a problem. It's like, can you imagine getting that thing out to the launching pad? Have you ever seen how they do this? The thing is upright on this really slow-moving launch rolling thing that it moves so slow you wouldn't believe it. And then it takes forever to get into position. And it's like, how the fuck did this happen? I mean, did you not examine it before it left the wherever it leaves? Before it headed out to the launch pad? A crack of all things? What the fuck? So anyway, I don't know what they do now. 4 of the motors that are pushing this thing up are actually repurposed from old school space shuttles, which that didn't make me feel good. I mean, we're talking old ass shit here, but all right, NASA seems to think it's awesome and good and ready to go. They just got to fix up whatever the hell the problem is. You know what this else is going to usher in is when they have what they want set up on the moon, the surface of the moon. There's no reason why, after this all gets established years down the road, that they can't drop off load after load of building and support materials to actually be able to create structures on the moon, which would lead to, I'm not kidding you, moon tourism, hotels, space stations outside of the moon where you can go to and then go down to the surface of the moon as like regular citizens. You and I will never be able to afford this, but still, that is fucking great. The amount of jobs I was seeing in this video that I'm going to share with you that are being created by all of this is in the hundreds of thousands. Now, we're talking about smart people. So if you're a dumb shit or a member of the Deniacs page, you will have nothing to do with this ever. But essentially, like my niece, who is now a rocket scientist in California, I swear to God, she actually is. It says rocket scientist on her card. She's absolutely brilliant. We'll have a lot to do with these things because of the math involved. It's very, very cool. So I'm excited about it. I'm bummed that the Artemis is not launching today, but there's an engine issue, and we just can't have that. I mean, can you imagine the amount of setback that would... I mean, this is already late in arriving, this launch itself. It should have happened some time ago, but it's taken some time to actually happen. So... But extremely cool. I'm excited about it, and you should be too, damn it. Kenny is demanding attention. Go figure. That guy has more of the attention bug than I have. He writes, Artemis in Greek religion? Do you mean Greek mythology? Is that what you mean? In Greek mythology, the goddess of wild animals, the hunt and vegetation, and of chastity and childbirth. So they aborted. That's shit. That is not a good joke. That's horrible. Your comments mostly suck. I don't want you to get the idea that they're good. You know? I don't want you to get too big for your britches, Kenny. By the way, DDP yoga. That's what you should be worried about today. And that's what you should only be worried about every day. DDP yoga. Make that a top priority. All right. Now, there's a pause in the action. You need to know that I'm putting this show together on Tuesday, June 27th. And in the background, I'm watching the Ottawa County Commission meeting, public comment, with all these psychopathic butt fucks going on and on and on and prattling. Fuck me. All right. Anyway. Thank you very much to Superior Cleaning and Power Washing. That would be Throat/Dale. The handsome ex-con who's going to power wash the shit out of your house, your sidewalk, your landscaping. 231-740-4098. That's 231-740-4098. A lot of housewives love hiring Dale because of the whole bad boy thing. I know Diana gets quite gushy when Dale is power washing the house. Ooh. Ooh, look at that bad boy. Ooh, clean, clean. Scrubby, scrubby. Ooh, you can scrub this all day. Oh, hi, honey. Superior Cleaning and Power Washing. Dale also cleans restaurant hoods. So, you know, on the outside shot that someone listening to this works in a restaurant or owns a restaurant. Have Dale clean the hoods. He's certified professional. All right. 231-740-4098. The Kent County Health Department reminds you that if you have little ones that have not yet been vaccinated, get them vaccinated. Now, when you do that, that could be expensive. However, if you qualify, you can get all the vaccinations for the little ones at little or no cost. Do this, okay? These things have been eradicated because we have vaccinations for measles, mumps, rubella, whooping cough, pertussis, meningitis, the cervical cancer vaccine, with 100% effectiveness so that your kid will never get cervical cancer. It's fucking great. Are you kidding me? The Kent County Health Department can help you with all of these things. Their website is accesskent.com/health. Their phone number is 616-632-7200. Thank you. All right. Rolling on more of Not the Best of the Eric Zane Show podcast. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Eric Zane Show Patreon bonus podcast. Thank you very much for being here. I am blessed that you are part of this. So here we go. Why in the world would this show start so incredibly late? I was seated here, minding my own business, and wow, I was overcome with exhaustion. So for those of you that bet that I took a nap, ding, 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 you win. Oh, my God. Yeah, so last night, in the middle of the night, I had this dream, and I think about things as they, like as soon as I mentioned that I had a dream. Last night I had a dream for some reason about Trump. And in this dream, I don't know if it was the same dream, I was playing vinyl records at a radio station. Don't know why. I don't know if it has to do with the LAV thing, which, side note, already tangent number one. I have a phone interview tomorrow. I give myself a slim chance at getting this. For pretty much just one reason that I probably should not elaborate on. but I don't give myself much of a chance of getting this. But if I by chance do, as I indicated, that means all of this show moves in time. But you'll have to get used to. I got no choice, you know. But anyway, I would very much like that job because I want to pay for a wedding and I want to pay for a college. And I just want to be on the radio. I would just love that. That would be great. I suspect that if that were to happen, there would probably be some type of conversation about this podcast. And that's another, actually, a reason why it might not work. Because, hey, yeah, you can't swear anymore. Boy, I thank you, but no thank you. I can't promise you that. No. Just two entirely separate things. Podcast, completely different. I don't have to promote anything on there. And when I'm on the air, I won't even mention the podcast. We don't need to. It's fine. It's its own entity. Just leave that alone, you know? So, and that's what's great about this is in the past 4 years now, this has become such an important thing that unless they said, hey, we're going to buy the podcast for $5 million, then I'll be like, okay, yeah, you can do whatever you want with the podcast. I don't give a shit. I can be bought. Like Ted DiBiase, I do have a price. But that's not going to happen. Don't even worry about that. So, anyway, how did I get to that? Well, so last night, and then I had a dream that, like, my stomach was hurting in the dream, and it was painful. And then the next thing I know, I woke up, and I'm having these stomach cramps. I'm like, what the fuck? And this was, and I didn't really, this is what I had for dinner last night. About a cup of green beans and a yogurt. That's it. That's all I had. Why? Because it was in the fridge. And for a change, I wanted to eat something other than shit. And my body rebelled on me. It said, okay, if you're going to try to eat something that's not complete garbage, you're going to pay for it. And so in the middle of the night, I'm feeling that those bizarre poop cramps that you get from time to time, where your colon is just like going, it's just like twisting and creating pain. What? The body is a phenomenal wonder, and it's just moving poo through your body, and it's doing it in a painful way. Oh my God. So I'm laying there, I gotta go. But the thing is, it's to a point where it's painful every like 20 minutes. So I lay there for like 40 minutes, and it happens 2 or 3 times. And then it starts to increase in regularity. So then it's like 10 minutes, 5 minutes, 4, 3. This takes like an hour and a half. And then finally, I'm on the toilet. Now, if I had been on the toilet, I'd have been there the whole time, just waiting, looking at my phone. But I actually laid in bed. Okay, drop the kids off at the pool. That's it. Good to go. Problem. I've been awake for an hour and a half trying to remove poo from my body. So I'm sitting here, and I swear to God, I was wrapping up the arts and crafts, getting that first podcast published, and like my eyes are closing. I'm like, oh, God. Back in my head, I'm like, this is how it's going to be if I get a radio job. Just constantly falling asleep. That is going to take some adjustment if that does happen. In fact, I was already going through an anxiety attack about how I would get everything done in a day. And I had to trick myself. I said, look, hey, asshole, you don't have the job yet. Why are you worrying about, this is what an old anxiety veteran does. Why are you worrying about something that hasn't yet happened? You can't do that, you asshole. Oh, yeah, you're right, Eric. Hey, asshole. You don't even have the job yet. I know. Well, then don't sit there and worry about it, you fucking moron. I see Adam is in attendance, Adam Balboa. He says anxiety is conspiracy theories you tell yourself. You know what conspiracy theory that you're spreading is that The Samaritan was a good movie. He just sent me this. It's some publicity for the film The Samaritan. It says, yeah, check it out. Samaritan, America's #1 movie on Amazon or something like that. Samaritan is the #1 movie on Prime Video. That's not saying much. Okay, now there's still 60 minutes left in this film. It might make a dramatic turnaround. I don't know, but man, what a fucking dog. You like shitty movies. I can't say that's a bad thing, though, because I do the same thing. You know, I like a lot of those Godzilla movies and those garbage movies. And so I do like garbage movies. There's no question. But I don't know if this is going to be one of them. There's going to have to be a lot that has to happen to make this one improve. Adam says, you did love Rambo 5. Yeah, I did. I did like that movie. But this looks like shit so far. Kenny says he watched El Camino last night. Good. Did you notice that Todd, because you finished Breaking Bad, then you watched El Camino. Todd, who at the end of Breaking Bad, Jesse does what he does to him. Todd at the end of Breaking Bad was a lot thinner than Todd in El Camino. In El Camino, he weighs like 45 pounds more. He looks completely different. Horrible. I can't believe the guy who plays Todd on Breaking Bad and El Camino couldn't keep it together to actually remain thin. By the way, what a sick, twisted, evil character that is. Jesus. Now you got to start Better Call Saul. Get after it. Speaking of weight, as of right now, your old pal Eric Zane is at 171.3. I was at 186.5 when this whole process started about racing Mike Ball. So with zero appropriate eating, I have managed to lose the 15 just by sheer sweating and running on the treadmill. This is not bragging. This is good news, bad news with an emphasis on the bad news. Sure, still down 15, but it's not helping the way I thought it would. Touching a little bit further on what I touched about on the free podcast, I'm just so damn slow. It's horrible. I'm going to get murdered on October 16th. Congrats to Kenny. He says, I'm down 32 pounds from my absolute heaviest, which was about a year ago. All right. Keep it up. So I was talking with you guys in the Ben and Eric Patreon podcast last week about my only chance to ever get faster would be if I actually drop more weight. And I just looked it up and I did some math. So, well, I'm going to do some math, which some of you love when I do math. It's a study published in Runner's World magazine. People in this study are pretty quick. They run about 2 miles in 12 minutes. With no extra weight, they did some math and figured that out that for every 5% of added weight they gain or they lose about 1.4 seconds per mile for every extra pound they carried. Now, there's a couple other variables, but I just want to use, let's just do this. Let's just say if I gain 1.5 seconds per mile per pound lost. Now, right now, if I'm lucky, I can run about 8 minutes and 30 seconds for the Grand Rapids half marathon. I'm still gonna lose to Mike by about 15 minutes if he runs like he ran last year. About 13 to 15 minutes. If I lose 10 pounds, so if I get down to between now and the start of the race, 161. That's an extra 1.5 seconds per pound. So you do 1.5 times 10. I'm sorry, 1.5 seconds per mile. Wait a minute, let me read that again. Fuck. Yes. 1.5 seconds per mile for every extra pound they carried. So let's just say I lose 10, and we're going to say 1.5 seconds. 10 times 1.5. So per mile, I'd be gaining 15 seconds. So wave a magic wand, that would put me down to 8:15 a mile on race day. Still not even close. Still going to lose. Even if he runs 7:45 a mile, that's 30 seconds a mile I'm losing. Ah, fuck. Well, I'm just going to keep at it, and I'm just hoping that he breaks a leg, or I don't know, hit by a car or something. Something has to happen. My God. Update. I have an update for you on the little leaguer who fell out of bed. Do you remember this kid? Easton Oliverson is his name. Poor little buddy. He was at the Little League World Series on his bunk, and I'm assuming he was on the top because of the damage that was inflicted to the poor kid. Fell out of bed and bashed his head in. And then while he's recovering, they ended up going ahead and removing the crown of his head because his brain was swelling up. Can you imagine that? If you're the father or mother of a kid and they say, he was like, and they said 30 minutes from death because his brain was swelling at such an alarming rate. My God, what the hell? They ended up cutting off his head, his skull, so that his brain could swell and not be, and the pressure wouldn't build up on it to cause it brain death. Can you imagine if you're a parent? They go, we're just going to cut your kid's head off. God. Well, then he's laying in bed and he's got a helmet on and he's able to get up finally and take a leak. And then he wipes out and bashes his brain again. Immediately gave him a CAT scan. That didn't do any damage, amazingly. Well, now the kid is going home. Jesus. All he wanted. Can you imagine if you're a parent? Like, we're going to go to the Little League World Series in Williamsport. You end up spending a month in intensive care. In an Instagram post, Easton Oliverson's loved ones thanked the doctors who've guided him through recovery at Gessinger Hospital in Danville, Pennsylvania. Holy shit. The video posted shows Easton thanking people for their prayers and encouraged them to keep him in their thoughts. Hi, everyone. This is Easton. Thank you for all your prayers. He said, please keep praying for me as I continue to get better. I hate black people, he said. He didn't say that. I was going to try to make the joke that his brain is a little messed up. So he writes things that he shouldn't. His filter is damaged. I know the prayers and blessings have worked, and that Heavenly Father is blessing me. Oh, he's religious. Okay. My God. Actually, it's only been half a month. It happened on August 15th. So I guess he's going back to Utah. So you got to understand, yeah, he's definitely religious in Utah. Jesus, he's probably got 4 future wives at home that are waiting for him. On Friday, he underwent the surgery to put his skull cap back on. I mean, what a thing that we live in a world where they can just cut off the kid's head and just like store it in an environment where it's like okay. And then they end up putting him back together again like a fucking Little League Humpty Dumpty. After the procedure, Easton was in pain and his face was swollen, but he was able to snack on one of his favorite foods, nachos, while in recovery. Oh, man. Jesus. Well, good luck, Easton. Glad you're okay. What a bizarre story. The kid just fell out of bed. Man. Another story of animals attacking. This is an eland. It is the biggest antelope in the world. Look at those horns. They are just made to go through you or something. What a gigantic beast. Well, that's exactly what happened. The horns of the eland went through a dude. Animal park worker gored to death by an eland. An employee of an animal park in southwestern Sweden gored to death by the large antelope, the attraction's owner said Monday. Richard Berglund told reporters that he witnessed the incident, an eland, as he was helping the victim take the animals into the stables after the park had closed. It was a friend. We're all grieving, Berglund said. The goring happened late Sunday at the Olin Animal and Entertainment Park on the southwestern island of Olin. See, part of me roots for the animals when this happens. I'm kind of not a fan of animals in captivity. So there's a small part of me that's like, yes. Police said the case is being considered a workplace accident, which is standard procedure. It's not known precisely what happened inside the enclosure. The identity and citizenship of the deceased employee was not given. There are 2 species of eland, both native to southern Africa, with the giant variety listed as the largest antelope species in the world. Not immediately clear if the animal that killed the man at the park in Sweden was a giant eland, which can reach heights of 6 feet at shoulder and weigh over 2,000 pounds. My God. Never forget driving on the way to Montana, seeing creatures like this, but much smaller, just roaming everywhere. They're like they're like as prevalent as cows. Fast as shit. Stay away from the eland, for God's sake. And finally today, this from Philadelphia. Some asshole has an emotional support gator. Come on. Audio, check. Video, check. Remember the kook that we had on this show not long ago? That crazy fuck who was living with the gator in his car. Then he ends up taking off from the cops. And he got so pissed off he hung up on me. Here you go. These two are going to talk about the stupid.
We're trying to cool off at a park in Philadelphia this week. Did not expect to splash around with a cold-blooded creature.
Why, yes. That's an alligator on a leash. Not completely crazy, right, Boris? Okay. Right.
Yeah, the gator looks really happy.
And he's the emotional support animal of a Philadelphia man who rescued.
Is that a child walking the gator? What asshole is going to let a child walk a gator? Like that harness is going to do any good if that thing decides to whip around. First of all, it's going to hit the kid with its tail right at the ankles, which means it's going down, and then it's going to bite its fucking face.
Rescued the gator back in 2016. Of course, people of all ages stopped to take pictures, hopefully from afar, with the affable alligator. Some even picked
I'm hoping and praying the thing just goes berserk.
up Wally to pet him. Boris?
Is she having a hard time hearing this story?
This might be weird for Philly, but I know a guy in Miami that has a 12-foot gator as a pet in his front yard. It's not that weird for Florida.
Only in Miami.
He looks sweet. Look at him smiling.
No. I need emotional support just even being near an alligator.
Nice chemistry between these two buffoons. Jesus. What a shit show that is. Oh, my God. No thanks. Wasn't the gator Karen? Yes, you're right. You are right. Is he okay? I think I said the guy died, but you probably weren't paying attention. You might have missed that. I'm pretty sure I said the guy died. Come on. This is an amateur hour here. I'll set you up when the time is right. Okay, that is it. I am off. I have to go to probably one of the most backwards counties in the entire United States, Barry County, the home of Dar Leaf. In fact, where I'm going is probably not far from the sheriff's office where this piece of shit works. There's a group of people there that the local AA community gets together once a year, and they have like a concert. And I attended it last year and spoke a little bit about recovery, and they invited me back. So that's a blessing. I love that. And it's Barry County, so they look to me like I'm some kind of genius with wizard powers of thought. But so I'm going there to Barry County. If I don't come back, it's because these disgusting hill people killed me while I was there. All right? So if I don't make it, that's what happened. At 4:45, I have to be there, so I'll be off before you know it to see my friends in beautiful Barry County, Michigan. It's a pause in the action on Not the Best of the Eric Zane Show podcast. Thank you for checking it out. I do cameos at cameo.com/Eric Zane. It's been way too long since I've done a cameo. They were $15 forever. And then I raised the price to $20, and I haven't had one fucking one. Shit. Fuck me. My cameos are the best. To find out how good they are, go to cameo.com/Eric Zane and see what I do. If somebody needs a good roasting, all right? Or maybe birthday wishes for someone. Whatever it may be, young or old, you tell me what to do, and I will do the cameo for you. Cameo.com/Eric Zane. All right. Love my friends at Blue Frost IT, the managed IT service provider for this podcast. So very, very helpful. It's good to have them in my back pocket. I give them a few bucks each month, and they're in charge of my tech. If anything goes south, I've got a freaking parachute. Hey, fix this. Log in. It's going cuckoo. Alan remotes in, fixes it. If he can, he's boots on the ground. He'll be here at the house and talk my ear off. You know, the guy, Alan at Blue Frost IT, I found this out about him and his lovely wife, Ashlyn. 2 kids, dogs, the works. And a room, a basement full of booze. You know how some people collect, like, anime and those, what are those stupid thing called? Pop Warner heads or whatever the fuck. Glow Pops. What are the ones? Funko Pops. I don't know. What the fuck am I doing? Bobbleheads? They collect whiskey. I'm not kidding you. They've got hundreds and hundreds of bottles of whiskey. It's very cool. Anyway, reach out to Blue Frost, 616-200-8550. Oh, now there's some fat fuck on the, I wonder what this fucker's saying.
Characterize these events as being endorsements of the events they are cooperating with, or in being in any way official misconduct or neglect of duty.
I don't know what the fuck.
I believe these choices are evidence of the proper execution of the duty to provide the best possible public health service.
You should see how fat this
to the
fucker
citizens
is.
of Ottawa County. That language was chosen because it matches the language you would have to use if you tried to fire Adeline Hambley.
Oh, he does okay. I shouldn't make fun of him.
Petition without a whole lot of
He
effort
wants
was
Adeline
signed by
Hambley
over
to not be fired, so I take back what I said about that fat fuck. All right, where was I? A&E Heating and Cooling, 616-516-8579. If you need a furnace, or I should say an AC tune-up, it's just $79. Do this. If you're like, I've never done that before, it works fine. Idiot, it's going to break down. And it runs like shit. 616-516-8579. Call Joe. Tell him I sent you. Tell him that I called you a dick because your AC is filthy. 616-516-8579. Rolling on. Here we go. More of Not the Best of, the Eric Zane Show podcast. Well, this is awkward. I have no idea why I don't have any camera. There we are. That was weird. Like, what just happened? For once, it wasn't my fault. Welcome in to the Patreon bonus podcast. In the long list of gross things that our pets do, I have a new one for you. It wasn't bad enough. I mean, I think the O'Neill thing is the worst. Let's go hunt for shit to eat. I've discovered that Benny the One-Eyed Wonder Dog can't stop eating cat puke. The cats puke up hair and come out of their bodies in the shape of their intestinal tract, and the dog eats the puke-infused hair. What the fuck? Why is that appealing to you? What's going on? This is why you'll always be dogs. Chris says, perfect. Cats puke, dogs clean it out. And then Diana says, I think we need to start brushing the cats more. And I go, what does that do? And she goes, well, that when they, I don't know if she might be right. When the cats clean themselves, less hair will come off of their bodies into their mouth, which they then swallow. Who got the bright idea, however far back in time, to think that cats and dogs need to be domesticated pets? If you think about it, there had to be one person in all of these years of human history that at one point said, hey, I want one of these to be my friend. I mean, how was it before then? Were they just kind of roaming around? In some American cities, you can still find it like that. I've visited Memphis. That's one of the things I noticed about driving around Memphis, Tennessee, is there's packs of dogs everywhere. I mean, a lot of Memphis is pretty fucked up. That's a shithole city, to be sure. You drive around Memphis, and there's all they have there is like three things it's known for: Beale Street, this big ass pyramid, and packs of wild dogs. Oh, and people killing each other. It's a terrible town. It's a real disaster. Yesterday, I made a big deal about how I was going to this thing in Berry County. for this. It's a concert for recovery. So everybody there is different levels of recovery for AA. And then I got done with this podcast, and I realized it's not till Wednesday, today. Like, what the fuck? What an idiot. I can't get my head out of my ass. All right. Oh, yeah, Chris listens way back in the day. Didn't you go for a run there and thought you were going to get murdered? Yes, I did. That's when I visited. It was the old radio days. We had a radio station in Memphis that was carrying the show. And, yeah, I remember that area was not fun. Not fun at all. Okay. So glad that you are here. We've had a very, very fun day. The free podcast was a ton of fun. A lot of fun trolling there. And then Smarter Than a Former Drug Dealer trivia with our very own Dale and Tobias. That was a good time. Then I see I've got a message on Facebook, and I'm like, oh, no. Someone is not happy with me. That would be Cody Terpstra. This stems from this very funny meme that I saw, which it is what it is. It's a joke. It's meant to do its job, and it did absolutely do its job. I loved this. The business. I always get jealous when I see people make these fun things that are just hilarious. Troll character wearing MAGA hat, crying, says, no, masks are traumatic. And then MAGA character, troll face, smiling, school paddling is healthy. Just great. That's funny, okay? You got to admit that that's funny. And I post it all. If it's something doesn't matter what side, I post it all. I don't care. But folks, well, on both sides are extremely sensitive. In this case, the people who are going to get mad at this are the people on the right. They don't like this. And they get mad at me and they say terrible things about me. And this one is classic. Cody writes, you are about as relevant as your show these days. Well, it's kind of like they're one and the same, right? I mean, my show and me are, and I don't know, Cody. I mean, you're here. That's why I wrote, thanks for being here. You're about as relevant as your show these days. And then this next line is the one I see all the time in different forms. No wonder you got the boot from the Free Beer and Hot Wings show, you fool. I don't know, man. I don't think I got the boot because I was being hilarious and posting funny things, because that's what this is. So, come on, man. Let's see here. Boy, some of these were just... And the way I roll on these deals is I just throw them out there and I see how it unfolds and how the war starts between people. And that's excellent. That is excellent. You got like this guy who misses the point, talking about paddling kids in schools. I don't really care about paddling kids in schools. In fact, I kind of support that type of thing. We've talked about that. But the point of the whole thing is about MAGA guy saying, oh, no, it's hurting the kids, the mask. But go ahead and beat the shit out of them. That's hilarious. That's funny. People get so pissed. Must need more followers or something. And I'm like, well, yeah, of course I need more followers. Okay, here you go. Felt sorry for you when you got shown the door from your precious and previous endeavor. I see why you got the boot now. So they all say the same thing. And I was like, I got fired for posting a funny meme? I'm confused. Oh, my God. Andrew says, I used to like you, but you are far too much libtard these days. Gretchen Whitmer is rubbing off on you too much, Michigan. Look, the way I feel is anybody but Trump. It doesn't matter, Republican, independent, reform. I'm sorry, Democrat, Republican. I can't even talk. Democrat, independent, reform, green, anybody but Trump. Come on. Andrew lives in Knoxville. Zach says, Eric Zane, these snowflakes sure are sensitive nowadays. They just want to cancel anyone that they disagree with. I don't know. Maybe they want me canceled. I don't know. I think it's hilarious. I thought that was funny. And then everybody kind of, oh, this guy, I'm done with you. Good luck in your decline. Kent says, adios, muchacha. I called him a crybaby. Be more dramatic, crybaby. And then he says, that's funny. You're telling me to be more dramatic. Reread your comment, asshole. It's rough. And then people start sending this shit to him. Boo-hoo, boo-hoo. This scene from The Departed was great when what's this actor's name? Robert De Niro? What's his name? He played the Joker. God, who is he? Fuck. He was in he was in The Shining, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Not Robert De Niro. Somebody help me out here, please. Jack Nicholson, thank you very much. That's a great scene. When he breaks the guy, DiCaprio's character with the fucking boot. Holy shit. All right. And then this one. I love this. I'm leaving this group, but first I'm going to post about leaving this group. Then I'm going to stick around to see what everyone thinks about me leaving this group. And look at this adorable kid crying. That is fucking sweet. Okay. Oh, my God. And then that's an old post that I made. And this dude just now got wind of it. All right. Calling me right now. It's Norman Bummer. I wonder if he heard me talking about him building bombs on my show today. I'll call him back. My brother Norman. Seldom discussed on the show. Norman Bummer, an absolute legend. Maureen says, I like the ones who say they are leaving and then stick around to argue with people. Oh, my God. And then Tyler points out that the go-to is always, people try to bring up the fact that 7 years ago, nearly 7 years ago, I was fired from a radio show. And it's like, dude, it's embarrassing to keep going down that road. I mean, it's ancient history. Who gives a shit? My God. A good time to be had for sure. Okay. So there's a story that's going around about these two parents who that they did crowdfunding to pay for the funeral expenses of their, let's see, how old was the baby? 21-year-old little one passed away. They created a GoFundMe. Where did this happen? Atlanta. This couple came up with a GoFundMe. The baby was found unresponsive in the crib. This whole process is very complicated for me. I'm in an unimaginable pain. My daughters changed the entire meaning of life for me. They gave me purpose. These funds would be used to help me with funeral costs and help me also to get my daughter back. Anything is greatly appreciated. After the 21-day-old baby was found and had passed away, bad shit happened. And the 1-year-old, Wow, that's a quick turnaround. So you had a baby, and then within the same year, you had a baby. Well, the 1-year-old got taken away from the mom. This is a picture from the mom's Facebook page. Now, if you have that picture of you out in front of a shithole house smoking a cigarette and looking like an idiot, and you decide it's a good idea to post that picture to Facebook, it's probably safe to say that the cops are going to see that and go, I think we better have a little closer look at mom and dad. And it's a damn good thing that they did. Parents charged with murder after crowdfunding for the 21-day-old baby's funeral. Charged with murder and cruelty to children after an autopsy revealed that mom or dad killed the kid. Ugh. Police found the kid unresponsive. Further investigation revealed the child's sustained injuries consisted with inflicted trauma. What the fuck? Again, I've talked about this before. You must pass competency, basic competency, to be able to have children. In fact, you should pass basic competency, and if you fail basic competency, on the spot, you're rendered infertile, that they will actually tie your tubes for you. I know that sounds extreme and very draconian in scope, but think about it. After they found out that the child was, in fact, that trauma had been inflicted on the child, and that's why the kid died, cops returned and arrested Zion Kendrick Bird, and who's 23, and Deshawn Turner. That's the mom. She's 20. It's crazy. They have different last names. Before arrest, Turner had created a GoFundMe page talking about it, trying to raise money. What a fucking idiot. Jesus. It's not all bad news. There's a lot of bad news on today's show. I'm not going to lie. We got dead kid and some kiddie porn that we're talking about. For those of you that are into that. I might not get to the kiddie porn. Well, it's good news. The guy who made the kiddie porn is in trouble. He's busted. So it's good news, bad news. But before I get to that, I want to cover this because in the great state of Michigan, even before we made it so that everybody can smoke pot legally, and boy, are they. I can't stress enough how walking around that 28th Street Metro cruise, it seemed like people smoking pot was as prevalent as like people holding a water bottle. Everyone's high. And honestly, I benefit from that because, you know, pot makes it kind of puts potholes all in your brain. You know, I mean, I understand some people smoke it on a recreational basis here and there, but, you know, I don't do anything. So I'm always sharp as a tack, and I'm always, you know, ready to pounce on anything. I'm extremely high-strung and hyper to begin with. And the ADHD, I've had to compensate and come up with my own ways to stay focused. So I'm constantly like Terminator, you know? I'm just a fucking idiot. But my point in describing, again, how great I am is that with everyone stoned now, it improves opportunities for your old pal Eric. I don't have anything making me my judgment clouded. All I need is my own brain to cloud my judgment. So this helps me. The lowering of the bar by the general society, all of you stoners, and in fact, I'm just going to say, I might be going out on a limb here, but taking a look at who all is in the audience right now, I would say that every single one of you in the past week have been under the influence of THC. Okay? I actually believe that. Some of you are closeted, but I think I see all these names that are in front of me. You're all stoners until proven otherwise. Okay? Like Megan, she says, not me. All right. I think that you and Tyler are liars. You're all stoned. So anyway, I am not. But in Michigan, if you get pulled over, there was a test that they would give you to determine if you were under the influence of THC. And so you could get in trouble. There's billboards all over. It says driving stoned is not legal. But then there was people getting pulled over, and they tested them and came back positive. And then people were like, well, I don't smoke. And the cop said, yeah, whatever. You're going to jail. And you get busted. Even before the laws changed, people, the same thing would happen. They'd be under the influence of THC. And this is a huge case because now the state police is realizing just this week that there's been a massive amount of inaccuracy on those tests, because if you take CBD, though that doesn't have any of the psychoactive compounds like THC, it is part of what is in marijuana, but it doesn't affect your judgment in any way. It eases pain and maybe calms your nerves. You see it everywhere, CBD. Not the same as THC, but people who have been taking CBD are producing positive tests for THC, and people are in prison now because of that. Oh my God, this is huge. So audio, check. Video, check. Let's get into it.
Now to our other top story concerning crime lab confusion. Countless blood tests now under review that may have led to false convictions. Good evening and welcome to 7 Action News at 11. I'm Carolyn Clifford.
She's kind of a puker, Carolyn Clifford.
State police saying a mix-up between THC and CBD, the substances found in marijuana, could lead to charges being dropped and convictions being overturned. The case is impacted by...
Okay, so you see here it says could date back years. If you're Joe Blow serving a 15-year prison sentence from 10 years ago, holy shit, and you didn't smoke pot, you took CBD, oh my God, holy shit.
This could date back years. 7 Action News reporter Simon Shayket speaking with police and defense attorneys about what happens next.
For many, CBD products help with muscle aches and various pains, but now Michigan State Police are putting out an urgent warning to local prosecutors, telling them not to use blood tests for THC.
What you're talking about is somebody's freedom, taking away their freedom, fines, penalties, etc.
Retired Michigan State Police Inspector Ellis Stafford spent 24 years fighting crime. Today, he's responding to a new warning to prosecutors from Michigan State Police. In part of a statement, the agency saying it's examining a discrepancy discovered earlier this week in THC blood testing results, in which the presence of CBD in a blood sample may have led to a positive result for THC.
I would, if this were revealed 20 years ago, I would say, oh, okay, well, we got to fix that. I'm shocked that we are so far along in the kind of like to all this decriminalization of marijuana that now this is just being discovered. I mean, how could this have been so badly messed up and overlooked for all of these years? That's something that needs to be asked. You almost need to talk to a specific lab or a scientist as what's going on here that's leading this type of wrong information to be given to the state police from these lab results.
We are immediately halting the processing of all THC blood samples.
This problem goes back perhaps 20 years.
We asked Matthew Abel, senior partner for the Cannabis Council, about the impact of this.
Anyone who was prosecuted for a marijuana offense that involved THC in the blood might have an appeal.
In Lansing,
I would say they immediately have an appeal. They immediately you're free to go. I mean, there are people right this minute who are incarcerated who did nothing wrong.
Prosecuting Attorneys Coordinating Council also issuing a statement. Part of it says they expect to have additional information in the next few weeks. In the meantime, if you have a case that relies on a THC toxicology screening, you should not rely on that result.
This could have a lot of different ramifications. It goes on someone's driving record if it's a driving offense. Many employers have zero tolerance for cannabis consumption.
Jesus.
Unlike THC,
I didn't even think about that.
Does not induce a high. With the growth of the cannabis industry, Abel says there's great concern over false positives. Keep in mind, Michigan voters legalized sale and recreational use of marijuana back in 2018, but drugged driving remains illegal.
I have to applaud MSP for stepping up and making this announcement to ensure that those are being charged with THC violations.
I wouldn't applaud them at all. I would start with, why the fuck are you just figuring it out now?
Driving under the influence of drugs are being charged accurately.
Wayne County Prosecutor Kim Worthy says she's also notified local chief judges about this to keep everyone on the same page. You can read her full statement.
Okay, this is, if I'm Whitmer, this is what I do today. Should have been done a long time ago. If anyone is incarcerated for anything related to marijuana, period, you are free to go. Swing open the doors, and we're just going to start all over, okay? Everybody is freed. I don't think that's happened, but it should. I mean, come on. 100% legal, and the fact that something as bizarre as this is happening, holy shit. Kyler agrees. This sounds like they need to clear the jail cells. Yes. Come on, man. Kyler suggests, I guess I don't know what you mean, but you wrote, she might have a worse hairline than you and Kevin. Okay, I don't know who you're referring to and what we've reviewed here. Maybe it's a news reporter, but I like my hairline, all right? Okay, you fucking moron. Yes, that's a nice looking, the news lady you say. I didn't notice her. What is it with you and hairlines? You really notice those things, don't you? You notice hers. You notice mine. You notice your good buddy, Kevin Kuiper's. What is it with you and hairlines, you asshole? Jesus. Well, I just cannot believe this story. All right. I am going to save. I got one more story I'm going to get to, but I'm going to save the kiddie porn guy for another time. But I do want to get into this. Amazon is promoting Thursday Night Football. And this is brilliant. All you need to do is come up with a silly premise and lie, play a joke, and everybody loses their mind. And then virally, people are going to talk about you. That is helping you get the word out about Thursday Night Football. So if you want to watch football on Thursdays, you must watch it on Amazon Prime. So what they did was they went ahead and had a couple of big names throw a new football. And all it is just a different, slightly different shape of a traditional NFL football. It's a little longer and more aerodynamic. It's not as bulbous or fat. It's more sleek. And they had these idiots, in this case, Russell Wilson and Matt Stafford, throw one of these footballs. All right. Audio check. Video check. Okay. Now, you see in this clip here, the ones that have the NFL logo, those are the regular NFL footballs. And next to it is an Amazon Prime football. You'll recognize this guy. He goes by the name of Matt Stafford. And they're like, oh, man, the new Amazon Prime footballs are just awesome. Wait till you see how they work. And then stupid people watch this and think that on the Thursday night games, this is the football that they're going to be using during the games. So watch this.
Y'all can see him down there, right?
Let's do it.
Okay, this guy is 100 yards away. Matt Stafford is picking up the Amazon Prime football.
This new Amazon Prime ball can really fly. What'd I tell you?
Hey, that's what I'm talking about.
Okay, so Matt Stafford just threw the Amazon Prime ball 100 yards. I've got another one with Russell Wilson of the Denver Broncos. This one's even more ridiculous.
Right, left, right, throw.
Shit, I didn't do that.
Ball. Oh, give me that one. Here you go. Check this out. You seen this? This ball is crazy. Watch this.
Right, left, right, throw.
You get that on camera?
So stupid. Oh, my God. Look how ridiculous this is.
Throw.
Okay, now if anyone watches either of these and believes this, you are, in fact, a stupid asshole. There is no Amazon Prime ball. There is no new ball that they're using for the Thursday night games. It's just done to get stupid people to talk about Thursday night football on Amazon Prime. That's it. But that's not stopping people from weighing in. Logan wrote, how can the ball change based on the channel hosting the game? Aaron says, wait, this isn't a thing, right? They're obviously not going to be playing with that ball, right? Wesley writes, people don't seem to be realizing how big of a deal this could be. This ball is drastically different. Could totally change Thursday night stats and seems odd that Amazon can just create a new ball to add offensive stats to the games they're showing. How come I'm old and I'm able to keep up? This shouldn't be. I should be the one going, oh my God, this is fucking cool. Holy shit. Wow, this is really going to turn things around. This one writes, no way that you guys suspended a player for a quarter of a season for not having the correct air pressure in a football, but you're now using modified footballs for games on Thursday. This is one of the worst ideas I've ever seen. God. How stupid do you have to be to fall for this? Of course it's a damn joke, you stupid ass. There's a commercial that Amazon Prime is running to promote their football as well. Audio check, video check. They're going through the timeline of when the football is made, showing different key points. First date is when football is invented. Fast forward to 2022. A new era begins. Wilson plus Prime Video introduces The prime football. The official ball of Thursday Night Football. I am kind of surprised that the NFL let this fly. Let them pull this type of joke. They're saying faster ball, more aerodynamic ball, better grip. How crazily great is this? What a wonderful promotion. So then everybody talks about it. That is great. That is why you throw shit out there. And if you're the person who came up with the idea to change the stupid football and make the dumb commercials, congrats to you. Because so many dumbasses buy into this shit and then everybody talks about it. That is fantastic. You can't ask for any better promotion than that. Let them do the heavy lifting for you. If you were to look at the amount of time and energy that they spent to making that ad and how much they get out of the ad, wow. Congrats to the big brain young person who no doubt came up with that. It's probably like a 26-year-old dude who's getting all sorts of sex and cocaine because he came up with this great ad. This is awesome. Maureen says people are so gullible. They'll believe anything. Maureen, you're right. They are, and that's good. That's kind of what makes the world go round. Okay, pause in the action. Not the best of the Eric Zane Show podcast. Okay, so I brought up one of my HelloFresh meal kits up north. Everybody's roughing it, hot dogs, hamburgers. And I busted out the HelloFresh pork tenderloin meal kit, and I served it up. I prepared it perfectly because I read the instructions, which are so amazingly simple to follow. And I plated and served an amazing pork tenderloin dish to my father and my stepmother and my wife and myself. And everybody's looking at us like we're glamping. Holy cow, it was awesome. And I want you to try HelloFresh. The audience members that have reached out to me and said, you were right. This thing is amazing. HelloFresh, the absolute best. The meal kit shows up at your door, and everything you need is inside of it. You don't have to buy even one ingredient. It's all there. All the instructions are simple. This is fun. If you have someone in your house who likes to prepare meals with you, or even if they don't, they're going to love this because it's so fun to combine forces, husband, wife, kids. Bring them all into the mix and have a great time preparing amazing meals with HelloFresh. Now, you can get 16 meals free just by doing this exact thing. Go to HelloFresh.com/Zane16. That's HelloFresh.com/Zane16 and use code Zane16 for 16 free meals and free shipping. Oh my gosh. HelloFresh.com/Zane16 and then use code Zane16 and you can get just that. 16 free meals plus free shipping. Try it out. I swear this will not let you down. You will love it so much that you will sign up again and again and again. And let me know how it goes. Send me an email, eric@ericzaneshow.com. Tell me about your amazing experience with HelloFresh. To talk about, hold on a second here. Some dude just got done talking.
Number 44 is Vince Bush, Holland Township.
Number 44. This is Ottawa County Commission meeting. Public,
Hello, commissioners. I'm not used to being on this side of the table.
Public.
So we sent you a letter from with Holland Township. I'm the Holland Township treasurer. We sent you a letter with supporting Jacob Bonema. But I just wanted to let you know who I am. I'm a Christian, a husband, a father.
No. Oh, no.
And I'm the current Holland Township treasurer. I represent over 42,000 residents, and about 80% of those vote.
Okay.
But I just want to let you know the interaction that we have with Ottawa County. It's safety, health, and prosperity.
Uh-huh.
With safety, we did a public safety building with Ottawa County of over $7 million. With health, we did the expansion of the park system in Holland Township with the Hawthorne Park.
Yeah.
And with prosperity, we've done $20 million worth of wastewater expansion with Ottawa County, and we are the leader of living wage housing in Ottawa County.
Come on, get to it.
So all I'm asking for is, how will our voice be heard if we lose 50% of our representation? I encourage you to vote no on item 9C and have a good evening.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, Mom.
Thank
you.
You see, they're gonna fuck this guy Bonema right in the butt, and he can't be part of like committees
Number
or some
45
shit.
is Amber Siselski.
All right.
Allendale Township.
That guy wasn't that great. I wanted some more fireworks. Let's see what Amber has
My
to
name
say.
is Amber Shashelski. I am from Allendale Township. I just wanted to get up here and thank Mr. Moss and the 6 board members. I just wanted to thank you for protecting parental rights.
Oh, shut
I
up.
wanted to thank you for now moving to protect children's innocence.
Oh, what a dumb
I
whore.
applaud you also for holding Commissioner Bonema responsible and accountable. He signed a contract to the people of Ottawa County. and he's
my
failed
husband's
multiple
cheating
times
on
to
me.
Keep that contract. I encourage you to vote yes on both resolutions tonight. And I want to thank you for your tireless commitment to your position.
God, I hate your
and for
voice.
voting according to the principles that you promised you would vote according to.
All right.
You ran on them during the election, and people like me read through them and voted you
Stupid
into
people
those
like you.
seats. And as
Stupid
one of
people
those
like you.
I am proud to say that maybe I am one of those original voters. and I will never regretted my vote for you. I
What did
wanna
you say
thank
there?
you on behalf of my family and behalf of my children for the
Eat
decisions you
shit
continue
and
to
die, you ugly fucking hag. And wear a bra next time, you dumb bitch.
Number 46 is Diane Veltier.
I think I just found out my new favorite thing to do. That is beat up the fucking people during the public comment of the Ottawa County Commission meeting. I had no plan on that just showing up here and not the best of the Eric Zane Show podcast. All right. Why was I don't remember what the fuck I was talking about. Oh, yes. M37 Hackers is where you want to go for golf simulation fun. You can seriously golf like the greatest courses on the planet in one day. So, you know, you might go to, I don't know any fucking golf. I know what's Stony Creek? No. What's the one? Augusta? Stony Creek. Jesus. Augusta, TPC Sawgrass, Torrey Pines. You can golf what's the one in England? I don't know. No one's going to answer me. I don't know why I'm even asking. Anyway, you walk into this strip mall in Middleville and you go into M37 Hackers and you bring like a case of beer and your boys, and then you golf and get hammered. One of you is a DD. This is a fucking party, I'm telling you. And it's a hell of a lot cheaper than X Golf. I don't know if they have hot chicks there. You might have to bring your own. M37 Hackers. Call them at 269-205-2095. M37 Hackers in Middleville, Michigan. Rolling on. Another segment of Not the Best of, the Eric Zane Show podcast. Hello and welcome into the Eric Zane Show podcast, a daily show where I discuss news, nonsense, and my personal adventures off and running on this, the 1st of September. What? Come on! Wasn't long ago that I was like, oh, I'm so glad summer's here. I'm not going to let it slip by. I'm going to take advantage of it. I'm not going to take it for granted. I'm going to go out and enjoy life and do any of that shit. Even worse, I kind of just sat there and watched it all go by. It's so much more fun to just sit around. I don't know. There's something about it. I think more the idea of anticipating that you have the opportunity to seize the day and then not actually seizing the day. Now that's bullshit. I like seizing the day, but that requires more effort than I'm willing to put out, I guess. I don't know. There's always kind of like a balance that needs to be attained that at 52 years old I strive for and haven't really been able to accomplish that. But what the hell, you know? At least I got to see the film Samaritan, which for the third day in a row, I need to discuss things about Samaritan because the dumbass who made me watch it, Adam Balboa, who his love for Stallone is is just sick. He took umbrage, as far as umbrage can be taken, with my suggestion that because of what I saw in the film, that Stallone's character, Samaritan, is powered by ice cream. He says, no, it's when he gets injured, he overheats and he needs to cool down. So he takes cold showers and eats ice cream. He is not powered by ice cream. Well, no, in a way he is. Because if he doesn't eat the ice cream, he won't be powering anything. If he doesn't eat the ice cream, his heart explodes. That's what he said in the film. So I don't want to hear he's not powered by ice cream. I beg to differ. The character is, in fact, powered by ice cream. Was there a giant freezer in Stallone's apartment full of ice cream? Yes or no? Yes. Well, that stuff's not just going to sit there and get freezer burned. He's going to eat that. And another problem. He comes out of retirement in the film. He hadn't been doing any super strong things. Why would he even need a chest full of ice cream to power himself if he's not doing anything? The thing was just terrible. I don't remember one bit of dialogue from him. Oh, God. I wrote, whatever, minor details. I say he's fueled by ice cream. And then he shows me an image that I'll just have to describe to you of a shelving unit he has at his residence, which is full of these toys. One of Rocky fighting Apollo, Rocky fighting Mr. T or Clubber Lang, and then Rocky fighting Drago. He's got a Mickey bobblehead. It is quite a shrine. I must admit, it's ridiculous. I think he's got a lot of other ones, too. I see Terminator, the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Rambo, obviously. This is disturbing. He says, I cannot wait for a Samaritan action figure. And I said, you need to get a mini freezer and fill it with ice cream so that Samaritan can get fuel. All caps. Great idea. Question from Amanda. Is he married? Yes, he is. I would love to interview his better half about this disgusting habit, this weird obsession. Amanda says, how? That's he must have a giant, perfect penis. Adam Balboa must have quite a fantastic crank. Then he writes, did you know Stallone did the voice work of King Shark in the latest Suicide Squad movie? I'm like, what? No, why would I know that? No one knows that. I wrote, haha, never saw it. And then he sent me a picture of the character, King Shark, which is, of course, on his little wall of fame here. All right, I'm seeing also various DVDs, Star Trek collection, Star Wars collection. I don't really have any collection that I put on display. I don't know if that makes me good or bad. I don't have any collections, anything like that. And what does that say? Is there, we should get an in-depth study about people who collect things like this. Some type of peek into their brains. Amanda says, actually, I probably shouldn't talk. I will confess I have Baby Yoda up all over my house. It is not known as Baby Yoda. The character is called something else. It escapes me. Grogu. There you go. Grogu is the stupid thing. The only thing worse than a person having that type of character up all over their house is guy who gets agitated when you don't say Grogu. I said, ha, I never saw the film you're talking about, the Suicide Squad movie. And he says, well, you better go increase the cost of Cameo. I'll tell you what, if you ever make me do this again, I'm going to decline it. This is what you do, Adam. If you want me to watch another stupid Stallone movie, I'm going to temporarily increase the price of Cameo to $500. Apparently yesterday I suggested that Adam Balboa is one bad comment away from being grouped in with the Diniacs. I responded with laughy emoji. He responds with, also, I loved the quote, no kid has ever read a book and thought, I want butt sex crack, referring to the story about the libraries. All right. So that kind of made me laugh. Welcome in. I have an update for you as we do this show from the Baldwin Ace Hardware Fear Bunker Studio. I have an update on the kid who got on top of the subway car and was subway car surfing somewhere in New York City, one of the boroughs. And the next thing you know, he's minus an arm. They didn't really go into the specifics in the article about how his arm got ripped off. He was subway surfing, and somehow, the next thing you know, he's walking around the platform like that dude from the opening scene of Saving Private Ryan looking for his arm. Except it was actually down in the pit where the tracks are. One of the workers had to go get the arm while people tended to the kid. They said that he's only 15. His name is Hamza Muhammad. He was in shock and just kind of like looking around like, yep, no big deal. The doctors are not able to reattach the arm. That's unfortunate. According to Mom. Mom is speaking out about the incident. Now, what I'm hoping, when it says she's speaking out, she says, I cannot believe that from my body, I birthed such a stupid individual. We've heard about kids doing stupid shit before. But this is one of the all-time greats. Mom, however, is displaying some stupidity too with these comments. Mom told the New York Post just the other day she's trying to console him by saying to him, son, accidents happen. Hold on. This is not an accident. An accident is bumping into someone. An accident can cause you to get your arm ripped off if it's accidental. Negligence, stupidity, bad decision making does not equate to an accident. Okay? That's just dumb to say. The family of 15-year-old Hamza Muhammad is trying to be supportive and remain positive in the wake of the dangerous stunt, his shaken mother said. He lost his arm, his left arm, but he's going through everything. He's doing okay, said mother Soha Muhammad. I told him accidents happen in our life, and it's tough for us, but we can get through it because we're strong. Yeah, I wouldn't even be able to muster up the strength to say that. She's clearly an enabler. Had she not been such an enabler and kicked his ass a few times when he was growing up, perhaps this wouldn't have happened. The kid obviously knew he could get away with it. So I blame the mother for all of this. I told him accidents happen in our life. It's tough for us, but we can get through it because we're strong. What an inappropriate comment. It should just say, I told him he's a dumbass. And he deserves all of this. Hamza had surgery yesterday, at which time the family is hoping to learn whether he can be fitted with a prosthetic. She said doctors haven't told the family when Hamza can go home, but an update is expected very, very soon. I just need him to be okay, and then we'll see everything, the mom said. The family was never even aware of subway surfing until the accident Monday, she added. So she'd never even heard of it. So imagine being her when the cops show up and they're like, yeah, hey, your son has been hurt. Oh, really? What happened? Was it an accident? No, it wasn't an accident. He was on top of a subway car surfing it. And then the mom would have to say, well, that's clearly an accident. And then the cop's like, well, no, that's not accidental. That's stupid. And then this dumbass mom is like, no, that's an accident. Maybe she actually thinks that he like wandered up there and didn't know where he was going. Hamza was with a group of friends on the northbound R train in Jackson Heights, 10:25 a.m. Monday, when he fell from the train and landed on the tracks. His arm, I don't know, it says, then it just says his arm was detached from the elbow down. Yeah, I don't know if it landed on the tracks and then a train went over it. There's no way, right? I mean, how the hell did it fall off? Arms don't just fall off, right? Or did he fall off the train and then put his weight down on his hand and then his arm broke off? Is that what happened? Because that sounds ridiculous. What is this guy, made of Lego? His arm was detached from the elbow down with a severed limb found under the R train. A transit worker told the Post on Monday the boy was taken to Bellevue Hospital. Why can't anybody ask more questions about how it actually fell off? Arms don't just fall off, for God's sake. I need a few more details on this. Mom, Soha, said the family hasn't told Hamza's little brother of the extent of the injury. We told him there was an accident and it was a bad situation, and his brother come back soon. Soha, okay, obviously she speaks English as a second language. Well, okay, welcome to the United States, Soha. Sorry about your son's arm. Not an accident, though. Jesus. Welcome into this show. If you ever want to reach me, you can reach out via email, eric@ericzaneshow.com. On the Shoreliners Striping inbox. So glad that you can check in. Tyler says, fitting he was on the R train. Amanda says, oh, please, no GoFundMe. And Tyler, prior to that, said, I really hope this isn't one of those times where there's a $5 million GoFundMe for him. Yeah, probably. Bob says she was calling him an accident. Amanda suggested, is this the type of scene where Dennis Hopper gets decapitated from the movie Speed? Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday. I don't know. It seems like there would be more damage than just his arm. Not sure. All right. So email me if you have any suggestions on the show or you have any stories you want to send along. I always appreciate those. Eric@ericzaneshow.com. For folks who are getting the show on Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube right now, it is time to send you off on your day. I give you a handful of moments on it, and then the rest of it, you must go to Twitch, twitch.tv/Eric Zane Live. Give yourself a little username, whatever that may be, and then hit the follow button. You know when I go live, you get the show uninterrupted on Twitch. Otherwise, have a great day. If you want to download the audio podcast of this, wherever you get podcasts, you can just search Eric Zane Show, and there I am. And you can listen to the audio podcast at your leisure. So thank you very much. Have a good one. And we say goodbye to them. Twitch and Facebook brought to you by my friends at Irvine's Auto Repair, Grand Rapids Hybrid and EV. Vines, Irvines.com. Twitter brought to you by Blue Frost IT. And YouTube, Frank Fuss, My Policy Shop Insurance. Kind of a wonky week. Taking a little time off. We got the Friday thing. No show Friday. No new show on Friday. I will have not the best of the Eric Zane Show podcast on Friday for you on the free platform. I will have not the best of the Eric Zane Show podcast on Monday, Labor Day, and then back with fresh shows on Tuesday. Ben and Eric, we're skipping that this week because of as soon as I get done with the podcast today, Patreon and free, then shutting it down for that period of time. Hopefully you're spending time with the family. I think of all the holidays, Labor Day is the one that is really suspect to me. I think the Labor Day holiday, it's kind of, I mean, I'm glad it's there because we get time to take it off, but is there anyone that really celebrates Labor Day? What are we doing there? Are we celebrating unions? Are we celebrating the American workforce? The way the American workforce was? What is it? What is it that we actually are celebrating on Labor Day? And why is it, do we give a shit about Labor Day? And, I mean, of all the holidays, we should give more of a shit about, like, the King holiday. And I don't know that we do. I mean, pretty much America takes the day off on Labor Day. But not all of us take the day off on the King holiday. I would say that the King holiday needs to move up the depth chart. You know? I think that's up there with, like, Memorial Day or Easter. All right. But nevertheless, that's what you do. You get the extra day off. You get shit-faced. You eat barbecued food. Off you go. Calories do not count on vacation. This is where any work that I've gained, any gains at all from exercise the past 10, 11 weeks, probably going to go out the window. I am going to bring running gear up north. There's a chance that I may say, well, I mowed the grass up here. That's going to have to do it for the workout. Or I chainsawed these logs. That's the same. Yes, so here we go. Time off. Hope you enjoy it. And we'll be back on Tuesday. I got a email from Bobby. It's just hilarious. And Bobby, sweet Bobby, lives in Indiana. That's Bobbi, Lady Bobby. And she stumbled upon an article that she sent along, and she said, maybe this is your problem concerning me and my eating habits. The article says the differences between just overeating and a binge eating disorder, also known as a BED. Bobby is saying maybe you have a binge eating disorder. So I go, no way. And then I read the damn thing. Now, it says what you may think is just a bad habit could actually be a mental health disorder. Now, let me explain to you that the other day, I sat down at about 9 o'clock, and there was a bag of these wavy lays. And, well, I had a chip. A chip. The next thing you know, I'm making a beeline to the fridge because we have that, it's called a hell of a good chip dip. And that chip dip is dangerous. It's so good that I think that if you just opened it up and ate it like yogurt with a spoon, that would be acceptable. It is so damn good. And I opened it up, and there was enough of it gone that when I stuck my hand into it, I'm getting like chip dip like on my fingers. And I don't want that. So I could just take a little bit of it out and put it into a bowl. But no, I scooped out like the last third of it. So we're talking about quite a bit of this chip dip. Now, I would guess that most normal people would have a few chips with some dip. But no, I ended up eating all of it. And I don't, oh my God, just devastating. And the thing is, the chips, the problem with those wavy lays is only like the first 5 chips are whole chips. And then it's just like chips of chips. And I hate that. So it's going to sound terrible, but I took like a handful of the small chips and just dumped them in my bowl of hell of a good dip and just kind of like mixed it all up and then just like ate it with a fork. And I felt disgusted with that. I don't know, just something hideous. I mean, my God. Absolutely ridiculous. I basically had a cereal version of hell of a good chip dip where the cereal was the chips and the hell of a good chip dip was the milk. Chris says I've done that. Hey, I'm glad you said that. I don't feel as bad. All right. So getting back to this article, your old pal Eric Zane may have a binge eating disorder. According to the National Eating Disorders Association, the NEDA or NEDA, binge eating disorder is severe and can be life-threatening, but is also treatable. Okay, if I have this, I don't know if I want it treated. It's characterized by recurrent episodes of eating large quantities of food. Check. I do that. This is typically done very quickly. Check. And to the point of feeling uncomfortable. Check. In fact, when Bobby sent this, she said, didn't you say you sometimes eat so much that you puke? Now, I haven't done that, and that's true, but I haven't done that in a long time. This is typically done very quickly to the point of feeling uncomfortable. Other characteristics of BED or BED include a feeling of loss of control during the binge. Check. And shame or guilt after it. I don't know about that. Shame or guilt. No. I kind of like am really proud of myself. Maybe a little bit. I kind of marvel at the amount of food that I can put away. So I don't know if I can say that. Notably, bulimia involves unhealthy compensatory measures like purging after a binge, while a binge eating disorder does not do that. Then there's some boring nomenclature that doesn't mean anything to us. Diagnostic criteria. eating within a discrete time period, an amount of food that is definitely larger than what most people would eat in that time period under similar circumstances. Okay, well, that is without a doubt me. A sense of lack of control over eating during the episode. Yeah? Don't want to admit it, but yeah. Eating more rapidly than normal. Yes. I'm getting to the point now where if you were to put a Bosco's burger in front of me and I'm surrounded by people, I'm like, all right, dude, you're going to embarrass yourself if you eat this the way you want to eat this. And that is fast. Oh my God, do I love eating fast. The faster, the better. Eating until feeling uncomfortably full, eating large amounts when not hungry. Okay, yeah, I have eaten until I felt uncomfortably full. Eating large amounts when not hungry. No. I don't do that. Eating alone because of embarrassment. A little because of... No, I can't say that. I can control myself. Okay? Like when I sit down with you guys at Bosco's, I'm like, all right, don't eat too fast. Just ease up. I do have that degree of control. Feeling disgusted, depressed, or guilty afterward, no. I don't do that. No. I'm proud, and I give myself a high five. Marked distress regarding binging. No. The binge occurs on average at least once a week for 3 months. Nah. I can't say that. The binge eating is not associated with inappropriate compensatory behaviors like purging does not occur exclusively during the course of... No. So that it's not like bulimia. According to Healthline, binge eating disorder is a medical condition. Overeating is not. BED is also associated with other psychological symptoms like depression and anxiety. I guess maybe I can have like just like some a la carte pieces of a binge eating disorder. Like when that asshole Mike Ball brings over those strawberry shortcakes. All I want to do is grab him out of his hand, slam the fucking door, and just get down to work. Get to work. By the way, I'm at 171 right now. So despite all of this shit, I've still dropped 15. I still look like shit, but I definitely don't weigh as much. 15 pounds down, and I'm not really proud of it because I still look like a big bag of shit. I hate that. Mr. 10 does not look like looking like shit. If you end up with a diagnosis, here's what you need to know. First, getting the diagnosis is a good thing as BED can cause health complications like asthma, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, high cholesterol, high blood pressure, in addition to mental health problems like depression and anxiety. Second, there are treatments available. Typically, people with BED will be treated with some type of psychotherapy or counseling. And there will be a medical or nutritional component. Nah, that ain't me. I don't have any of those problems. I'll just run like crazy for now. But if I stop, I'm dead. Instant diabetes, like the next day. God, I hope not. Join me on the Patreon when this show is done. Patreon.com/Eric Zane. $5 or $10 a month. You get more podcasting each and every day of the week. The work week, that is, with the Patreon bonus. You've got the Lost Zane recordings, the Insane Asylum. I just posted a new episode of the Insane Asylum today. Not to mention the Ben and Eric Patreon podcast. Normally, we're not doing it this week. Normally, we do. And then Smarter Than a Former Drug Dealer Trivia played that game yesterday with Tobias taking on Dale. It was a hell of a game. Started out slow, picked up in pace. You can check it out. Patreon.com/Eric Zane. The open and the live stream of this show brought to you by the Mario Flores Lakeshore team of Van Dyke Mortgage. If you are in the market for a mortgage, please consider Mario. Doesn't matter where you are in the U.S. either, with the exception of South Carolina, Maine, Alaska, and Hawaii. 231-332-6505. Thank you, Mario. Whether it's your first mortgage or your 10th, Mario can help you out. Maybe you just need a little cash out of your home that you have now to pay off a credit card bill. That's totally fine, too. It's smart because interest rates on credit cards are sky high. So borrow that money out of your home. I mean, if you owe 10 grand, you're going to have to pay the 10 grand one way or another. It would be smart of you to pay 5% interest on $10,000 as opposed to 30% interest on $10,000. So get the money out of your home for the low interest rate. Take what you get and pay off the balance of the credit card. You'll be saving a lot of money in the long run. Bear with me as if you're listening to the audio podcast, you can't see this, but occasionally folks on the video live stream see me stand on one leg and then extend my leg out. Look at the fact that I'm wearing, first of all, the grout fit, gray top, gray shorts, dark blue socks that go up to my calf with slippers on. What a look. Oh, my God, I am such an asshole. This is fantastic. You so don't give a shit when you're dressed like this. This is great. Corey says, are you colorblind as well? Oh, wait, what do you see? What do I see something that you don't see? I don't know. It looks like a gray shirt to me. What does it look like to you? Stevie says that is an I've given up look. I'm comfortable. I'm so comfortable. Isn't that what we all want? You want your old pal Eric Zane to be comfortable. That's how we get this done. All right. Thanks again to Joe Martinez from A&E Heating and Cooling. Chris K, who's enjoying the show right now, he says, I need to call him because I might have to get a furnace installed. I suggest you do it now. Reach out to him and get the ball rolling. Reach out to Joe Martinez, 616-516-8579. Rickety Rocket with the fun line. You look like a Dutch tulip farmer. Thank you. A&E Heating and Cooling, whether it's scheduled maintenance, a emergency service call, or they're installing a new furnace or an air conditioner. They'll even put in a water heater for you. 616-516-8579. Local dude, FedEx drivers driving around. This is the last thing we need. This crazy white guy losing his mind and approaching the FedEx driver, who's a black dude, and attacking him and calling him racial slurs. Now, part of me just thinks the guy's crazy, and but he's a crazy racist. Audio check, video check. Poor dude's just minding his own business, doing his job, and then this shit happens. I have to give the guy credit on the restraint, the FedEx driver.
Shocking video showing a man punching a FedEx driver in Portage and using several racial slurs.
It happened. Part of me was like, as soon as I saw the headline, I was like, I hope it's Ben.
On Bruning Street over the weekend, and News 8's Whitney Burney in the newsroom after talking with that driver. Whitney?
Terrell Lipsy started driving for FedEx 2 years ago, and he says he's never experienced anything like this while driving that route. Tonight, we're not showing the attacker's face because he hasn't been charged. A normal Saturday delivering
He's a white guy. He won't be charged for about another 6 months.
Packages turns ugly.
Give your father.
Okay, now I can't tell what the idiot is saying. But the bleeps are all N-words, I guess.
Nah, dude.
A random man attacking 23-year-old FedEx driver Terrell Lipsy while repeatedly calling him the N-word.
I was shocked, confused, really irritated at the time, obviously. And so he ended up stepping up into my truck, and I told him, I was like, no, you have to get down, and you can't be up here. And then I ended up calling the police, and he...
You see, Terrell, he had the advantage here. When the guy is getting on the truck, Terrell just told him not to, but he could very easily have just kicked him right in the face, and it would have been okay. At least in my opinion. I don't know. Maybe FedEx would have fired him. But yeah, I mean, that's you gotta go ghetto. You gotta go medieval on these people, on these lunatics when they come after you like that. I think that he's a little too calm. Terrell Lipsy is.
He started throwing stuff at me from my truck. He was pulling fuses out of the little thing up there.
And it didn't stop there. Lipsy says the man then followed him to homes and began stealing packages. What? This one had medical supplies inside.
As soon as I seen him swing, I couldn't even finish the video. And I caught him. And so by now, I'm livid.
Lipsy's mother, Kathy Faison, still processing the almost 10-minute long interaction.
Mom,
have to deal with this.
Mom's got a piercing on her tongue. Does that mean that why do people get that? Is that for aesthetics, or is that functional when giving oral? Does anyone know?
Deal with racial slurs, and I'm not sure what it was. I'm not sure if.
Why is this guy's mommy talking? Terrell Lipsy's 24 years old, and his mom's speaking on his behalf. It should just be him talking about how much he kicked this guy's ass.
It's mental or whatever, but for me, it's very upsetting.
The incident now sparking concern for other delivery carriers.
This was hate all the way. And if he's that angry, he could have easily took this young man's life. This mother could have been at the medical examiner's office trying to identify her son.
In a statement to our newsroom, FedEx says, quote, "We are both saddened and outraged by the behavior exhibited in this video, and our first concern is for the driver involved." They go on to say they're working with Lipsy and police to further address the attack.
It was just crazy to me that somebody just randomly just kind of could do something like that.
Yeah.
Lipsy says he's now working with the Portage Department of Public Safety to press charges. We did request a copy of that police report to confirm an arrest and learn what charges, if any, that individual could be facing.
Yeah, why isn't that guy arrested? He should be arrested right this second. They need to track him down right away. The question, was the delivery late? Kenny says he stood up ready to throw down, but then remembered he was on the clock. Chris says, I'd be carrying one of those big cans of bear spray. Kyle says, FedEx, quote, "We're so concerned we gave him an extra large bottle to use as a bathroom while making deliveries." Ben delivers FedEx, and, we aren't able to get Ben in on the show this week for the Ben and Eric Patreon podcast. It might be a good idea if we I had an impromptu version right now and brought in our buddy Ben Glaze as he is making his rounds as a delivery driver right now for that same company. Hey, Ben. Hello. Hey, Ben, how are you? I'm on the Eric Zane Show podcast.
Oh, good. How are you?
I'm not bad. I was just showing a story about some kid, 24-year-old dude, FedEx driver, who got attacked.
By?
Well, it was some crazy white guy attacked the black guy and was calling him terrible names.
Oh.
Yeah. Do you know who Terrell Lipsy is?
No.
Is it weird that he's a black guy and his last name is Lipsy?
So was this local?
Portage, I think.
Oh, okay. I've probably seen him around then.
Okay. Well, his description is he's young and black. So if you see him, maybe you know. But
All right. There's not too many young black guys around.
right,
Here, so.
they just don't exist. Okay, so yeah, this dude, some crazy white guy just walked up to the truck and he's like, "Hey, how you doing?" And then the guy threw a punch at him, and then started calling him terrible names. And then the guy just like ignored him and went on his route while he was calling the cops. And they delivered a package to somebody's porch, and the stupid white guy went up and took the package off the porch.
Oh, geez, this guy's crazy.
Yeah. So, you
gotta leave Lipsy alone.
You do need to leave Lipsy alone. Ben, we're not going to be able to do the podcast this week because I'm leaving town.
Yeah, that's true.
Which means Deniacs are probably going to show up and destroy my home while I'm gone. I fully expect that. But what's going on in your world, Ben?
Just nothing. I worked this weekend on the wonderful Labor Day weekend.
You work over like all weekend long?
Well, I do get Monday off, but I have to work Sunday.
All right. Well, we'll
so I can't really do anything.
We'll get back after it this coming weekend or this coming week.
Sounds good to me.
All right, Ben. I'll talk to you.
Oh, I'm going to see a $3 movie. They have $3 movies this weekend.
Oh, what is that?
Celebration Cinema on Saturdays. $3 movies and then $5 movie and popcorn.
What is the film you're going to see?
Oh, the only one that's out right now is Bullet Train with Brad Pitt.
It sounds terrible.
Oh, it's going to be.
There's a movie. Do you have Amazon Prime?
Yes.
Okay. There's a movie out called Samaritan.
Oh, no. I do not want to watch that piece of shit.
Let me just say, he's a superhero, and he's fueled by ice cream.
Okay. I heard your review of the first half of the movie, and it doesn't sound great.
Oh, my God, dude. It's so bad. Oh.
Did you finish it?
I did. After the first 40 minutes, I started hitting the bounce ahead button, which was such a blessing. I mean, it's really, really great. But
I'm guessing the second half of the movie has to be spectacular for Adam Balboa to recommend it.
It's even worse. It's so bad. It actually makes me angry that a person could think that is an acceptable film.
Yeah, him and Benjamin Weller, I think, both recommended that movie.
Yeah, Ben Weller, what a dumbass that guy is. All right, buddy. Well, I appreciate it so much.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you.
Yeah, be safe. Watch out for the dogs.
All right, I will.
Okay, buddy. See
All
ya.
right, see ya.
Kyle Ryan, who really wants to get on my shit list, says bounce ahead is a blessing, especially when there is ad reads. All right. I will kick your ass. Actually, I probably can't. Amanda says, I'm so glad they're friends again. Are you referring to Ben and myself? I think you are. Yeah, well, it's all Ben's fault. Ben's the one who lost his mind forever ago and wrote his Unabomber manifesto about your old pal Eric Zane. I was like, what? So that was ugly. And then finally, his senses he started to talk some sense to himself and reached out and apologized for that terrible behavior of his. Thank God. And now we're good. See, I am very forgiving. I have a lot of grace. So if any of those dumb shit Deniacs can get over themselves and ask for forgiveness, I will accept their apology and let them back in. Otherwise, no. Absolutely. If someone asks me for forgiveness, I will forgive. Always. All right. Thank you to Ben for joining us on an impromptu version of the Ben and Eric Patreon podcast, at least for a little bit. There is a new type of jewelry that is being talked about. Some chick on TikTok has figured out a way to take, just about anything, dehydrate it, powder it, grind it up pistol and mortar style, blend it with clay to create jewelry. The ingredient that someone suggested that she use is jizz. I hate every bit of this. This chick started talking about this. And then people started like, hey, can you make me some jewelry? And she's actually making legit pearl necklaces out of semen. Now, what's horrible in the Vice article is in this image here, this is some type of container with, that doesn't look, it looks strange to me. And all of these pieces of jewelry, the necklace, the earrings, this shark's tooth, and all of this is made from semen. Now, I don't know, man. Jizzy jewelry. For some customers, it says it's a kink. For others, it's more sentimental. I hate all of this. Jeweler and sculptor Amanda Booth opened a package of bottled semen first thing in the morning. It was a mistake she'd only make once. She writes, fresh samples are one thing, but when they've been in the mail for a little bit, I mean, it smells like semen. You know what I mean? Okay, so is the suggestion then that the semen is like, you know how like when milk goes bad? Is that what we're talking about there? Is it a rotted semen smell? And I mean, I've never smelled semen rot. Idiots, lunatics send samples to her workshop where it's dehydrated, powdered, and incorporated into wearable clay beads or trinkets. So, okay. Now she's, in my opinion, I'm guessing she's just, people are sending her the jizz, and then she throws it away. And then she takes Play-Doh and makes the stupid trinket, lets it harden, and then sends it back to him and says, oh, here you go. And then charges people an arm and a leg for this. And then they're like, oh, look, I'm so cool. I've got a jizz necklace. This is so great. She adds, we process them at the end of the day. Otherwise, we're sitting in the smell all day. We did it in the morning one day, and it was just like, no, I'm never doing that again. I don't know. Why don't you wear a mask? She started a jewelry business in 2021, making wearable sculptures and trinkets out of people's bodily fluids and ashes. Breast milk, cremated remains of loved ones or pets, fur, and locks of hair. After someone commented on one of her TikTok videos if she'd ever consider incorporating man juice, Booth made a half-joking Facebook post about jizzy jewelry and started receiving actual serious orders for it. Oh, God. She tested the process with her husband first to figure out how much jizz would be needed to work into a sculpture. At least a teaspoon makes for the right clay to cum ratio, she determined. But more is better. And whether the polymer clay would hold up to oven baking. It turned out fantastic. God, I'm thinking that some of the members of the group formerly known as the Zaniacs would just basically have a string with all of the jewelry eaten off of it, like those old candy things you got back in the day.
You suck a big black dick because I know you want to.
What happened to your jewelry? I ate it. I ate it. It was delicious. Yeah, I paid a lot of money for it. I don't know. I couldn't help myself. Voice of an angel. She posted her first TikTok about making her first jizzy pieces last month. That video went viral. Audio check. Video check. This is that moment.
So I put up a half-ass joke post on Facebook because a long time ago somebody commented on one of my TikToks.
She's grinding it up right there. Oh, shit. I just ruined it.
So I put up a half-ass joke post on Facebook because a long time ago somebody commented on one of my TikToks asking me if I'd ever incorporated man juices into a piece before. My team thought it was hilarious. They came up with the term jizzy jewelry. Anyways, so apparently it's something that people want, and it is something that people have now ordered. So I am testing a sample that my husband lovingly provided. And I'm going to make myself a few jizzy jewelry pieces to see how it works.
It's just clay. All that is clay with powdered jizz woven, pressed into it. It's not like anything. It's stupid.
And how it holds up, since I have a few samples already on the way from purchase pieces. So I did two separate ones. I did one.
The only person who would wear this, okay, so then they have Play-Doh on their neck with a little bit of jizz in it. That's all this is. And as they walk around, they're just hoping that someone says, hey, I like your necklace. And then the exhibitionist in them is going to say, yeah, hey, it's semen.
With just
so stupid. This whole thing is dumb.
Powder. And then the second one, I added a little bit of mica powder just to make it a little iridescent. I made a bead that I'm going to make a ring for myself. I made some beads for a bracelet because I want to try new wire wrapping. And then I'm making myself a pendant as well. I also made myself a little pearl. So stay tuned, I guess. So I put up a half.
Okay. The only people who would buy this are fucking idiots. This is so stupid. Amanda asks, do you think she licks her fingers while she does it? Sarah thinks it's fake. I don't think it's fake. I think she actually is doing it, and there are enough cretins in the world that would engage in something like this. I mean, think about it. We had the one chick that was bottling her farts. Okay. And then people were like buying it. I mean, she couldn't even do it enough. She was making so much money. And then she was eating like all these foods that would cause her to fart a lot. And then it ended up like hurting her. But she was making like $150,000 a month in like sending off farts. Kenny says, Eric, you should order one for Diana. What is wrong with you? Mitch adds, I can't even believe I'm reading this. If she keeps grinding up the jizz and puts it in a pentagram, she'll summon the semen demon. You asshole. How much jizz dust do you think she's inhaled while grinding those samples up? Oh, my God. You're not kidding. It would make like jizz boogers. Like if you ever get into a dusty environment, you know, I mean, you pick your nose and, oh, God, good thing my nose hairs are working. It's going to be full of nose jizz. God, this whole thing is stupid. All right. Wonder how much this costs. Does it even say? For a lot of Booth's customers, it's a kink thing. One of Booth's clients, who asked to remain anonymous, indicated that she and her long-term partner are loosely part of the BDSM community. So that is bondage, dominatrix, sadomasochism, I think. And have bracelets that act as collars or pieces of jewelry that typically symbolize a consensually possessive relationship. Ugh. After researching further into the Jizzy Jewelry Shop, we both thought it would be the ultimate "you are mine" type collar. Would be our little secret and inside joke. Another client indicated that her husband commissioned a simple pearl pendant because they wanted something that symbolizes the dominant and submissive aspect of their relationship. Any relationship that centers around that is doomed. My God. Relationships shouldn't be that involved. You know? Joint bank account will work just fine. We don't need to go down the road of you wearing my dried jizz around your finger or your neck. You wiping it off your belly is quite enough. We don't need anything more than that. Why not go further? Why not collect the next thing in this scheme? You know somebody's going to say, can I send you some uterine sludge from my last menstrual cycle? My husband wants to wear freeze-dried uterine sludge from my last period sluicing. Could you maybe take that, dehydrate it, and make it into a necklace? Hey, that's a beautiful necklace. Yes, it's my wife's uterine sludge. Can I interest you in getting one yourself? You can go to this website. You know that's next. A show of hands. Is the term uterine sludge maybe the most horrible sequence of words that have ever been said on this show? A placenta pendant. No, let's even go further. How about a beautiful late-term abortion grinding? Could we maybe go with that and put that into a necklace? Some ground baby face could be made into a pendant. Fucking terrible. Why do you people watch this show or listen to it? That's just the worst. Okay, some sick asshole was on an airplane. And I rarely use AirDrop, but if you if someone is like has their AirDrop on, you can just send them whatever, right? Isn't that how it works? Some dumbass on a plane. I shouldn't say dumbass. It's pretty brilliant. Because if I'm on a plane and I wouldn't send a picture of my ding-dong like this guy was. But, I mean, I'd probably drop a picture of O'Neill or Bruce or somebody like that. Or one of my pets, somebody. One of the pets or something fun. Because that's how I think. But some asshole was sending naked pictures on AirDrop. And the plane it was a Southwest flight. And the plane is taxiing down the runway. And the pilot had to get on the thing and say, all right, enough sending nudes. There you go. TikTok. Hang on.
So here's the deal. This continues while we're on the ground. I'm going to have to pull back to the gate. Everybody's going to have to get off. We're going to have to get security involved. And it's vacation that's going to be ruined. So you folks, whatever that AirDrop thing is, quit sending naked pictures. Let's get yourself to Cabo.
The fact that the pilot has to say, look, all I want to do is tell you about the altitude, when we're going to get to the gate, or maybe the stupid reasons that they make up about the delays. The last thing anybody expected was a lecture from the pilot telling everybody that if you don't stop sending nudes, I'll turn this plane around. Now, I guess that would work. I mean, if everybody wants to get to their destination, but what if you got the guy who's sending nudes who's only there to send nudes?
So here's the deal. This continues while we're on the ground. I'm going to have to pull back to the gate. Everybody's going to have to get off. We're going to have to get security involved. And it's vacation that's going to be ruined. So you folks, whatever that airdrop thing is, quit sending naked pictures. Let's get yourself to Cabo.
It's a Cabo. I like how when he's saying it, people are going, oh, ooh. They probably wanted to see some naked pictures. I guarantee you it was a dude sending pictures of his penis. There's no way in hell a woman would just randomly send pictures of her boobs. I don't know. Maybe she would. I tend to believe that this was the guy that was doing it. Dumbass. Come on. All right. Normally at about this time, I have Kyle on from Dumpster Divers. He is going to be joining us a little bit later today at 9:30 Eastern time. And he says, oh, my God, I've got a story for you. So I'm anxious to hear what is going on in his world. So I'll be talking to him in just a bit. Hey, if you have a business or you know somebody who does, have them reach out to me via email on the Shoreliner Striping inbox, eric@ericzaneshow.com. I would love to tell them about how marketing on this podcast works. One of the things you notice is most of my sponsors don't change. They join in, and then they kind of stay here because it works. There is one exception. Our beloved pal, Jason Mays. Boy, I couldn't do shit for that poor dude. JM Synthetics, for the longest time, we did everything. We threw everything at the wall, and it just did not work. Jason, I'm sorry. I got nothing. But anyway, most of these do work, like my friends at My Policy Shop Insurance, Frank Fuss, the Medicare Advantage Plan / Social Security Guru. If you or someone you know or love is getting set to turn 65, reach out to Frank. Let him help you take care of all of that T crossing and I dotting. 616-914-4070. Also, he's an expert on healthcare.gov, also known as Obamacare or the Marketplace. He is the absolute best. And all of Frank's services are free. So basically, I'm telling you about something free right now. 616-914-4070. If any of those particular things are in your future, reach out to Frank. So a lot of people who take advantage of healthcare.gov or Obamacare are people who are either in between jobs, they own their own business, and they have to come up with their own insurance policies, or maybe your employer does not offer insurance. I've taken advantage of healthcare.gov for years now, and it's because of Frank that this is an easy process. He makes his money from the insurance companies, not from you. That's why I stress that Frank's services are free. Okay, Irvine's Auto Repair, Grand Rapids Hybrid and EV. Smack dab in beautiful Grand Rapids, right in the middle. Irvines.com, ER Vines. ER Vines, servicing all makes and models of European, domestic, and Asian vehicles. The exception being Volkswagens. They're the experts on EVs and hybrids. It's a damn good thing that they expanded the size of the business. They doubled their area in their. They added on, so they can work on more cars. And good thing too, because before you know it, a lot of people are going to be owning EVs and hybrids. Probably more so EVs than hybrids. But they are the experts on EVs. Okay, the dealerships send the cars that they can't fix to Irvine's. Reach out, 616-532-6600. They have a free loaner car program so that you're not in the lurch, hoping that people can drive you about, get you to work and stuff like that. They've got you covered. Irvine's Auto Repair, Grand Rapids Hybrid, and EV. All right. There's a new movie coming out that I was tipped off about. Thank you, Kenny. I appreciate that, buddy. And, boy, I don't know, man. It's Amazon Prime. And that's the same place where I discovered, where I saw Samaritan. And we also basically, they make shit movies. Basing that on Samaritan. This one is a new Winnie the Pooh film. It's just stupid enough to work. It's a real life Winnie the Pooh film. So real people, like one guy is playing Pooh. Another guy is playing Piglet. Another guy is playing Eeyore. And another dude is playing Christopher Robin. So, yeah, you got all the big hitters there. Okay. Audio, check. Video, check. Problem. This is a horror film. There you go.
You know, you're the first person I ever shown this place to.
And why am I so special?
Because soon we'll be Christopher and Mary Robin.
So Christopher Robin has grown up. He's brought his future wife there to the 100-acre wood. This is when I used to play make-believe. That's actually not a bad premise. I think he's onto something.
We're not going to find them.
We will. Pooh, Piglet, Eeyore, we were friends for many years, and they're out there.
Is the actor who plays Christopher Robin, is he drunk? What the hell? I can't even understand a word that guy's saying.
Christopher, we need to...
Okay, you see the chick, she sees that there's a skull there in the 100-acre wood. Eeyore, R.I.P., it says. And there's a skull there. She doesn't like it. She wants to leave. Christopher, come on.
We need to leave. Now.
Looks like Arya Stark.
We really need to find out what's happening there, okay?
So they're pissed because Christopher Robin left them. Okay, did you see that? Okay, look at. There's Pooh. That is Pooh right there. It's a guy wearing a fucking Pooh mask. Oh, there's Pooh. Pooh's got her. Oh no. Watch this. Ah, she's gone. Boy, they're showing you a lot in this trailer. Basically, the minute and 54, you've just seen the movie. You know what's happening here. Oh, no.
This place is kind of cool. Did you...
So, okay, that starts with Christopher Robin and the chick get murdered. And then these five are going to show up and have a big lesbian extravaganza. Oh, hold on. Back up. Okay. We're going to see the whole group flash behind her. Did you see that?
We need to go. There's... Laura's dead. There's someone else outside.
Ha!
What was that?
Look at that's Piglet. No, that was Eeyore. Or Piglet, I don't know. Which one of them has tusks? What the fuck? Look at that. Holy shit.
Why are you doing this, please? I would have never left that.
Shut up, Christopher, you pain in the ass pussy. Oh my God. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey is coming. Oh, yes. I would say that I need to watch this. I need to see this just because they made this film just to be ridiculous. All right. Yeah, we need to see this film. Maybe even as, you know what we should do? We should have like a screening of Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey at like a venue. And we could have like a party. That would be so fantastic. A Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey watch party. Oh my God. Maybe that's what we're on to. Well, this is just fantastic enough to work. I think that when you take something as ridiculous as Winnie the Pooh becoming a horror movie, yeah, that actually would be fantastic. That has potential. A lot more potential than Samaritan. You know, people would at least... I actually was getting angry watching Samaritan. Kyle from Dumpster Divers says, when's that fucking thing coming out skis? I don't know. Kenny says Diana is going to threaten you now and bring up ways to kill you when you lose Pooh Bear points. I didn't even think about that. Amanda says this is stupid. There's got to be a twist. Well, yeah, we just saw the twist. The twist is Winnie the Pooh is killing people. Is that not enough of a twist for you? Piglet, okay, who are we forgetting? There's Piglet, Eeyore, Pooh. Maybe they changed Tigger's name and it begins with an N. There's Kanga and Roo. Rabbit. Yes. Or maybe the sweet characters, because Amanda says maybe they killed the sweet character. Well, those all were sweet characters. Kyle says guaranteed Christopher Robin is actually nuts now and had a break and became a serial killer, and he's actually doing it, but blaming it on fucking Winnie. Oh, shit. What a stupid movie. If you are watching or listening to the show on just the audio podcast, make sure you click on the links in the show notes and see it for yourself. All right. Winnie the Pooh, Blood and Honey. Equally terrible. Okay, seriously. I don't normally give like a trigger warning, but this video isn't that bad. You don't like see blood and guts, but this actually did happen, what I'm about to get into, and it was the scene from earlier in the week where the video got released from the Ring doorbell cam. It's some normal neighborhood in Ohio, and mom and 22-year-old daughter come home from shopping, and they're getting stalked by the 22-year-old's ex-boyfriend. Okay? In fact, there's an NBC news story on it that I want to actually play. That's what I want to do. And then I'm going to go over the raw video with you, because I don't think NBC News is going to show you the raw video, but I'm going to show you the raw video, without a doubt. And he tried to break into the house, okay? And Dad was there. Well, first they said, no, go away. She doesn't want to see you. And instead of him just like sulking away, like, oh, no, he decides to break into the home. And then dad's there with a pistol, and he shoots him 3 times, and he killed the fucker, which is the right thing to do. And so this is how that unfolded.
Tonight, new video showing the deadly encounter on the porch of an Ohio family home. Mitchell Ducrow of Sydney shot and killed 22-year-old James Rail last month after it appears Rail tried to break into the house where his ex-girlfriend Allison lives. In video captured by a home security system and provided to NBC News by local police, you can see Rail first ringing the doorbell multiple times.
He's like, hey, he's coming back.
The family saying they asked him to leave, and then...
He's trying the door. Dad. No, don't answer the dad. Get off my porch. Dad, no! Oh my God, can you please hurry?
Rail is shot 3 times. We've paused the video to obscure this graphic moment. He stumbles backwards and falls to the ground. 2 minutes later, a bystander walks...
There's his legs sticking out. He's dead as hell.
...up to Rail's lifeless body.
Okay, well, he's not moving. He don't have a gun. Did you shoot him?
Yes!
Oh. Okay. Call 911.
We're on the phone with them right now.
I like how the neighbor is scared of dead guy. He doesn't know he's dead at the time. He doesn't do anything to see if he's okay.
Rail was pronounced dead at the scene.
He broke through the door and my dad shot at him.
Audio from the 911 call confirms Allison Ducrow phoned police while Rail was on the porch when she says he tried breaking into the family home. The pair previously dated but broke it off some time ago. The circumstances of their split, not clear. The family interviewed by police.
Once I realized he was...
Well, he started sending bobbleheads with the head cut off. That was the first problem.
Getting in, and the door was open is when I shot.
Rail's sister...
And then he showed up in front of my mailbox.
Sister Jessica Colbert says her brother went to the house to, quote, look out for Allison.
He's there for a friend.
Colbert, emotional at the loss of her baby brother.
I fell to my knees. Because it couldn't be true. He's not supposed to die before me.
Well, he's crazy, though.
Last year, a new stand your ground law went into effect in Ohio, expanding rights for individuals using deadly force in situations of self-defense.
Oh, yeah.
Prosecutors in this
He shot him through the door, it looks like, through the glass.
Case deciding not to move forward with any charges against Mitchell Ducrow.
I think not only should Mr. Ducrow be held accountable, but
so
should the other people involved that did not do a full investigation.
But
wait a minute. So you're telling me, sister, I understand you're grieving, but your brother tried to break into a home, and these people did everything that they could to get him to stop doing that, called police, told him to get off the porch, told him to leave, and then they used deadly force as a last resort. Shut up.
But on that day, 1 month ago, Allison was grateful for what her father did.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, I'm not mad at you. Thank you. Come here. I'm okay. Thank you for saving me. Dad, you're the best dad ever. You just saved my life.
All right, Julie Sirkin joins us now live in studio. We do want to mention that last piece of video was some body cam from police as well. So the sister you spoke to seemed to insinuate that the investigation was not over. What do we know?
Yeah, she told me that the investigation was not complete. And tonight we are hearing from the Shelby County Sheriff's Office who dispute Jessica's allegations, saying they conducted a full investigation. The sheriff noted he understands the Rails family grief and added, and this is interesting, quote, a young man lost his life and there have been many other options. But the law is the law, and we take oaths to uphold that law.
You know, I do want to ask you that the ring cam, it's a little tough to tell. Was the suspect actually able to get in the house, the ex-boyfriend, or is it just sort of a back and forth tug of war with him trying to break the door down?
Yeah, Allison's father actually said that the suspect, the ex-boyfriend in this case, tried to gain entry, his shoulder actually starting to push that door open when he was fatally shot.
All right. Let's back up. This is how this unfolded. Literally, mom shows up with the daughter.
Stop it.
This is unedited, by the way. If you don't like seeing people get shot, but I'm telling you, it's not bad. You don't see like brain fly out or anything. And I think he was shot in like the torso.
Allie? Boys, in the house.
Okay, here he is.
He's leaving. Hey, he's coming back. Nope, I'm calling. James, she doesn't want to talk to you.
I just want to know if he's going to use my show notes. I just need to know if I should. I don't like people wasting my time. What about the show notes? Show notes. Show notes. Look at they're going, James, no. Mike, no. Mike, no. We know it's you. We can see your line beard. We know your shirt's tucked in and you've got a carabiner attached to your pants with keys. Mike, no. Okay, so now he's trying to break into the house, and Dad just said, I've got my gun. Look at, shot him 3 times, and then dude starts crip walking. Out of the, he's like, oh boy, fuck, I've had enough. Uh-oh. That's it. Neighbors like, holy shit.
Okay, wait. He's fine. He don't have nothing. He don't have no gun.
He's fine. He don't have nothing. He don't have no gun.
He don't have no gun.
The neighbor's obviously a Dem. The neighbor's very liberal and anti-gun.
Don't do anything. He was trying to break in and get to our daughter. Okay, well, he's not moving. He don't have a gun.
He broke our door in, trying to get to our daughter. Our daughter's busted in.
Okay, hold on.
The neighbor's like, well, that doesn't mean you should have shot him. If he breaks in and tries killing you, that is not a reason to defend your home.
Did you shoot him?
Yes.
Did you? This guy's an idiot. Did you shoot him? We just told you.
Okay.
Did you see him? He's scared of the dead guy.
Call 911.
We're on the phone with him right now.
Okay, he's not moving. He ain't going nowhere. I don't know. I heard 5 shots. Like, what the?
No, 3.
This neighbor. I mean, wouldn't you? You don't know that he's dead?
He broke into our door, coming in after our daughter. But my husband shot. He come barreling in right behind me and my daughter in the car.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, so we got in here and he wouldn't.
This is the neighbor is reacting the same way you'd react if, like, you know, the neighbor hasn't cut his lawn. Oh, really? Oh, jeez. Oh, wow. Okay. Well, you guys have a good rest of your, you guys have a good Labor Day weekend.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Oh, my God. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Obviously, this was a that screen. Was he dangerous?
This guy is like, was he dangerous? No, he was not harmful in any way. We just shot him because he's nice.
I think.
And he left your voicemail, left a message last night. Oh my God.
Okay, just calm down. Calm down.
Okay, now the guy walks up to him. Okay, there was an edit. Cops are now here. The guy's dead. He died. The guy's dead. He died. I didn't even check, but he's dead.
Inside the house, he's the homeowner. This guy tried to break in the house. Okay.
He was muttering something about being a deniac.
Basically protect himself.
We're right here.
Okay, you guys have your gun down?
Yeah, we're right here.
This guy just died.
Do you have your gun down? Yes. Are you black? Yes. Boom! No, we're not. Wow. Wow, that is something. Kyle from Dumpster Diver says, this guy just died. LOL, what a narc. Kuiper says he did it for the show. PSN Bleach. That's Stevie, right? I always get that mixed up. The neighbor doesn't understand. The guy lied to their ears. Amanda says, this is why I have a bat at home instead of a gun. Well, you're dumb. No, that's unfortunate that someone had to lose their life, but better you than me is what I always say. All right. Jesse says, oh yeah, I go with a bat too. I would go with a bat if it was shaped like a shotgun. And when you shot it, buckshot came flying out of it, and then your head no longer existed. That's the only bat that I would prefer, you know? All right. Before we get to Kyle, if you need an Eric Zane Show podcast t-shirt, they're available at ericzaneshow.com. I would love you to do that. Get a t-shirt, all sorts of different styles there available for you to check out. At my website, ericzaneshow.com. Hello to my friends at Berlin Raceway. Racing going on this weekend. Yesterday I said Sunday. That was wrong. It's Saturday. Racing Saturday at Berlin. Tickets just $12 when you buy them online. BerlinRaceway.com. Go there. Get the ticks. Parking is free. This is the most affordable thing you can take advantage of. Parking is free. 15 and under free. Beer is cheap. Concessions are cheap, considering it's a venue. And you're going to have a great time. Awesome fun for the whole family at Berlin Raceway. They welcome you to bring in a cooler, 12 by 18 and smaller, with snacks, no glass, no alcohol. September is Immunization Awareness Month. Kent County Health Department, accesskent.com/health. They are awesome. Thank you so much to them for being part of the show. If your kids need immunizations, all right, it's important that they get this done, and you can have this taken care of for little or no cost if you qualify. accesskent.com/health. Go to the website. All the information you need about the immunizations that you can get for your child. I'm talking about measles, mumps, rubella, pertussis, meningitis, the vaccine to prevent against cervical cancer. Get that taken care of as well. Also, if you need information about the WIC program, any personal health services like HIV testing and breastfeeding, all at accesskent.com/health. All right, great group over there at the Kent County Health Department. Every week, I like to check in with my buddy Kyle from Dumpster Divers. He's logging in right now. I see him. I hear him. Kyle, welcome back to the show, buddy. How are things at Dumpster Divers?
Good, dude. Can you hear me?
Yeah, man. I hear you. I see you. Everything's great.
Heck yeah. Is it breaking up or is it outside, dude?
Yeah, it got a little wonky there, but it's nothing we can't handle, Kyle.
Cool. Yeah, I don't know, man. I'm getting tired of this internet, dude.
You know what you should do? is not far from you is my friends at Blue Frost IT. They can probably set you up with everything you need to have so that you don't have to sit in the hallway.
Right. Well, here's the thing. It's not like dumpster divers internet.
No.
It's like the building.
Yeah.
And I mean, it is. I will say it is free. We don't have to pay for it. So
Yeah.
That's nice. But
you know what?
Come on, dude.
I can live with that. What did you think about the story about the guy trying to break into the house, and the dad ended up shooting the fucker?
Yeah. So I was just watching that. I do want to say, you at this point, you guys know that I'm always talking about my Aspergery mind, with my qualities of Asperger's. So my emotional intelligence in those regards, I wouldn't say emotional intelligence, but I'm like emotionally disconnected from like the human experience, I guess you'd say. So yeah, I say fucking shoot him, dude. I mean, you should.
Oh, absolutely. Now
don't fucking care.
Now in the audience, Amanda today is feeling exceptionally stupid, and she is as much as I love her, she's actually going down the road of, how can you guys say that? That's someone's son. And there was 3 or 4 people in the house. They could have overpowered him. Yeah, so you're telling me that you would risk that? You would risk the life of your daughter for some maniac who's so crazy he's willing to break into your fucking home? Oh, my God.
Yeah, I did say, I saw, I did reply to it. I will say I agree with her in the fact that it probably would have been way more satisfying to just beat the shit out of him, like really bad. You know what I mean? Like,
Oh,
you
yeah.
just felt better about yourself if you just fucking laid some punches and some uppercuts, dude.
Yeah. Well, and that's okay. It's okay for her to be dumb. It's okay for other members of the audience like Jesse to support her in that stupidity. But in my opinion, and everybody has one, and you can say I'm stupid and I can say you're stupid. That is a stupid way to go about it. If someone's trying to break into your home, you put as much lead in them as humanly possible, okay? You shoot as many times as the gun will allow you.
Yeah, don't try to break in, dude.
I got a text from you yesterday, and it was all caps, and you said you had some amazing things to discuss with me.
Dude, I got some fucking content today, dude. And so I got to tell you guys a story. So I spent last night doing intense Google searching to make sure that the story I'm about to tell you isn't like illegal, like it isn't like slander or like defamation or whatever. But I found out that if it's the truth, if it's the true story, then you can't get in trouble. So I'm gonna fucking tell you guys this crazy story about one thing happened to us like 2 years ago, and then one thing happened to us Monday, and it's fucking wild.
Okay.
So here's what happened, right? So there's a company out there, and I don't know if any of the listeners know the company, but it's called Next Day Roofing and Construction. They're in like Coopersville area. Have you heard of this company?
No, I haven't heard of that. By the way, you talk about slander. Are you going to get me in trouble? Are you going to say, is it going to be like, well, hey, Eric, you put him on?
No, I don't. You can't. It's I looked it up quite a bit last night. If it's the truth is like the ultimate, it can't be considered if it's a true story.
Okay, go ahead.
Do you not want me to tell it because you?
No.
Totally. Okay, so here's that company, right? I grew up with the guy, so that owns it, and then in the when I was in college, at one point in time, I like worked as a roofer with them for like a summer, but it was just not going well. Company was not doing good. They like weren't paying me and stuff. So I was like, I'm freaking out of here, dude. Yeah. Like kind of shitty, like a shitty view, right? But you know me, like I'm like I like get things and like I'm very chill about stuff. So I'm like, well, company is doing bad, like whatever. I'm not gonna make a big deal of it. I'm just gonna fucking go about my way, get a new job or whatever. So blah blah blah. That happened. But then So what happened is like 2 years ago, and I was at Dumpster Divers at this point. I went to the Home and Garden show. You know that they have like the DeVos place or whatever every year.
Right.
So I went down there, and I bumped into them there, and they had like a booth or whatever, and it was all crazy, and there was like a bunch of employees and stuff. And they were like, "Oh yeah, we're doing really good," and like blah blah blah. So like everything seemed cool or whatever. So we were like, I was like, yeah, I have a dumpster company. Let's hook each other up. You know what I mean? So we were like set up this account or whatever. And like, I rented them like 2 or 3 dumpsters maybe. And again, like I knew this guy, like we played football together, like when we were kids. We went to the same high school and everything. So anyways, then like, as roofers tend to do, they would always be like, oh, there's no way that like when we jumped the contents, like it was fucking heavy, because like shingles are like the heaviest shit.
Yeah, right.
You know what I mean? And so they would always be like, oh, there's no way it weighed that much. And I'm like, dude, like I'm showing you the receipts from the landfill. That's how much it weighs, dude.
Right.
So anyways, they were bitching at us about that. But then this is where the real shit happened. So they rented a dumpster from us to do this lady's roof. And I don't remember where she lives, somewhere down Port Sheldon, way down there somewhere. So we drop off the dumpster, make sure it's in the right spot, everything's cool. And they have like a long driveway. It kind of goes through like a little bit of woods back by the house. And so like the long part of the driveway, like, really shitty, right? Like probably poured in like the 1970s, right?
Okay.
Then they built like a pole barn kind of deal, like off to the side of the driveway, and then like poured like this new driveway part, right? So there's like new driveway and old driveway that meet. Anyway, so then they call us the next day. They're like, oh yeah, like we need you to move the dumpster to the other side of the driveway, like over like 2 feet, because they need to get out of the garage. And I'm like, wow, that fucking sucks, because we were just there yesterday and we asked them where to put it, but whatever. I was just being cool. So we went up there and moved the dumpster to the other side of the driveway, right? This is where it gets interesting. I know I did a lot of backstory here, but
that's okay.
Then they call us like a day or two later, the roofing company, and they're like, oh yeah, this lady's pissed at you guys. And I'm like, why? And they're like, oh, you broke her driveway. And I'm like, what? And she was like, yeah, she said that because Emilio, he went out there to move it. She's like, oh yeah, she said that he picked up the dumpster to move it over, and then he dropped it off of the truck and it shattered the driveway. And I'm like, you can't drop it. Like there's no possible way to drop the dumpster. You could only like lightly set it down and like, you know what I mean? There's no possible way.
It's foolproof. It's hydraulics, and it lowers appropriately.
Yeah, for sure. So anyways, I'm like, oh, like, you know, she's like, they're like, oh, she's gonna sue you. You better go out there. So I went out there and we took a look or whatever, and like looking at it, and so this lady's nuts, right? So she's like, oh yeah, I was watching you guys out the window and I saw you drop it. And we're like, okay. And she was like, well, actually, she's like, my son saw you do it. It wasn't me. My son saw you do it. And then we're like talking about, she goes, well, actually, my son was in the backyard and he heard something. So then he went around and saw that you guys broke the driveway.
Okay, so he didn't see shit.
Right, yeah. So I know, but then she goes, actually, no, it wasn't my son. It was me. I heard something in the back. So she's like making shit up, right? So I'm like, but ma'am, we can't drop it. It's impossible, you know?
Yeah.
And then she's like, well, look what you did. So there's like, again, it's like a really shitty driveway, like cracks galore, right? So then I go and I look, and like I was telling you, like the new poured driveway meets the old part of the driveway to make like this huge cement compound type thing.
Right.
So when they poured the new driveway, the guys obviously had like some leftover concrete or whatever, and they started patching a bunch of the cracks on the old part of the driveway, right? So like you could tell like when they put like there was already cracks in the old part, and those cracks specifically were the ones that they said that we made. And I'm like confused, right? I'm like, so you're telling me that we made these cracks, but these cracks were here before when they were putting the new part in to cover the cracks? And she's like, well, I don't know. She's like, but I know that you guys broke my driveway.
Wow.
Right. So I called the roofing company back, and I was talking to them, and I'm like, I think that she's trying to scam you guys, and like, or proxy trying to scam us. I'm explaining everything. And I was talking to my buddy, the guy I knew, his wife, on the phone, and she's like, well, we just really need to get this dealt with because they're actually our friends. Like, this is our family friend or whatever. And I'm like, oh, okay. So now it's becoming crystal clear to me that you guys just got together and was like, yeah, I want a new driveway.
Right.
And we're just going to blame a roofing company for it. Right. So anyways, then they started like threatening me, and they're like, oh yeah, she's gonna sue you, like it's gonna be 10 grand, we'll take you to court and blah blah blah, and like sending me all these pictures of the driveway.
Oh shit.
So they're like, we're coming after you, right? And then I'm like, do it. Like, I don't see how you could possibly win this. And then nothing ever happened, right? Like, you can't. Obviously they knew. They're like, well, fuck, Kyle, he figured it out. We can't do it.
Wow.
So anyways, that's story. Like, so we stopped working with them, right? Like, so that's some shady shit. Wasn't cool with it, right? So then fast forward to now, this is what just happened to us this week, right? So that next day has obviously burned all their bridges with all the local roofing companies, or I'm sorry, all the local dumpster companies.
Okay.
Because they just hired some new lady, and she sent us an email and said, hey, I just got hired and my job is to reach out to all the dumpster companies and see if we can form a relationship and blah blah blah. So you can tell that they're like, fuck, we're out of dumpster companies at the moment. So what they're forced to do at this point is use third-party brokers. So like, for example, a third-party broker is like a random company, like the one that we work with. They're located on the east side of the state.
Yeah.
And so what they do is
let me jump in. A little lighter on the details.
Okay. So anyways, they're using this third-party broker, right? Third-party broker then calls us and orders the dumpster to get delivered somewhere, right?
Okay.
So that company is our customer. We don't know anything about the orders, whatever. So we bring a dumpster out through Common Environmental. That's the third-party broker. We deliver them a dumpster. Apparently, their customer was Next Day Roofing and Construction, right? We didn't know this, whatever. So we drop off a dumpster, and then it's allowed to sit there for 15 days, like for the contract or whatever. So they finish their job, and then that customer wants the dumpster gone, right? So they call the next day. They're like, get the dumpster. Next day calls Common Environmental. They're like, get the dumpster. So this is where shit gets crazy, right? So Common Environmental says, we're not going to pick up, or it's not going to get picked up because you owe us 15 grand because they're not paying their fucking bills, right? And I don't know what's going on. Credit cards are maxed out. They send them a check. The check bounced. Blah, blah, blah.
Oh, shit.
Right? So shit's getting crazy, right? So anyways, next day's customer, the guy who lives there or whatever, or it's his mom who lives there, they just say that, oh, dumpster divers is not coming to pick up your dumpster. They just blame it on us, right?
Okay.
So anyways, but we didn't know about this because nobody's talking to us about this, right? Like Common didn't, whatever. So then Monday, we get a call. They're like from Common, like, yeah, don't pick it up yet. They haven't paid us, blah, 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 whatever. Then Monday night, we get an angry voicemail from the guy who lives there or on behalf of his mom or whatever. And he was like, hey, you guys suck. And he was like really pissed at us. He's like, you won't pick up the dumpster. And like, he's like really pissed, right? So I'm trying to figure out what's going on because we don't really have any clue at this point because we're not the company, like it's
right.
The other company, the third broker. So anyways, then we get a threatening voicemail from one of the managers at Next Day, this one guy. He's like, hey, here's what you're going to do. He's like, you got till 5 p.m. tomorrow to go get the dumpster. He's like, if you don't, I'm going to strap, I don't know how this would work. He's like, I'm going to strap a chain to the dumpster and I'm going to drag it out into the middle of the road. So I don't know what that means, right? Like in my head, I'm thinking, well, you're going to ruin the driveway.
Yeah,
you're going to
ruin the driveway and probably take years of life off your truck.
Right, exactly. So anyway, so he threatens us, right? So then we called Common Environmental in the morning and we sort everything out, right? So then I get in contact with that manager, right? So I tried calling him, and like I don't know where he is, but I can't hear him, right? So I started texting him, and this is where the story gets wild, right? So I'm like trying to figure out like, hey, like what's going on, you know? And so then he sends me a text, and he was like, blah blah blah, this dumpster, spelt wrong, needs to be gone by 5, or y'all may or may not be missing a dumpster. And he goes, I don't know who, but people are being difficult about pickup. Everyone's been paid since Friday. 5 p.m.'s the deadline. Or I sent him a text right back to kind of explain the situation. Then he goes, I can finish. He's like, oh, please and thank you. Have a blessed day. So I could tell he's being a dick, right?
Yeah.
So anyways, I've explained the situation. I'm like, hey, you know, we didn't know what was going on. You know, like nobody communicated with us about this. Allegedly, there's some payment issues going on between you and Common. Like that's doesn't involve me. I don't really care about that. That's for you guys to figure out. But like, I'm headed out there now. I'll pick up the dumpster. We got clearance, right? Then I was like, but hey, dude, I'm like, listen, I'm being chill here, but like, don't fucking talk to me like that. You know what I mean? Don't be like, don't strong arm me and act like a bully. I'm like, why would you like threaten a company? Like, why would one company threaten another company like about a dumpster? You know what I mean? I'm like, maybe you weren't fully aware what was going on, so I can understand if you're a little confused. But I'm like, don't fucking do that, dude.
Did he end up? Yeah. What did he say to that?
So then he got more pissed.
Oh.
Like he said some shit. And he's like, strong arm ? He's like, you want to race to the dump spurs? And so like basically like let's race there and see who gets there, and I'll drag it out. And then he goes. He's like, I'll be on the phone with Common Environmental next to put them in check too. He's like, I do what I need to do to resolve issues. He's like, issue, I don't care who it is. He's like, I get stuff done, whatever it takes, like to get what I need. He's like, maybe it's best for you and environmental to get on the same page so you don't have issues like this again. He's like, you weren't bullied or strong-armed. He's like, I gave you an option. You move it or I move it. So anyways, at this point, I realized like the kind of dude I'm dealing with, like I would rather be tough than be smart type dude.
Right.
So I'm like, LOL. I'm like, all right, my friend. I was like, I can see this isn't going anywhere. I was like, I'm really not sure who you put in check. I was like, I certainly feel unchecked. You know what I mean? I was like, and I don't get your point. I'm like, you caused the problem. So like, you know, whatever. So I was like, you have a good one. I'm like, I'm done with the conversation, right? And then he's like, 3 parties to communicate 1 dumpster? That's my point. Go get the dumpster or I will. TikTok. So then I got like a little pissed, you know what I mean? And then I start fucking with him, right? Because I feel like this is my best option. So I'm like, all right, listen, dude. I was like, I'll meet you out there. I was like, I want to see you move it. I was like, I want to see you drag it out into the road. I was like, that would probably make for a good laugh for me. I was like, how does 3 p.m. sound? You know what I mean? And he was like, do what you're told and go get the dumpster.
Ooh, do what you're told.
Yeah. So I go, nah. I was like, I'll wait for you. I was like, I'll be out there at 3. And I was like, I'll wait till 5. I was like, you know, if I have to. I was like, I don't see you. I was like, I'll just leave it there. And I was like, we'll just track on a dry run charge. I was like, no sweat off my back. And then I go, TikTok.
Oh, yes.
So, then he's like, why don't you just come up to next day and we'll save some fuel and time? Like,
he wants to fight. He wants to fist fight.
Yeah, and he was like, do your job. He's like, or maybe we can have a meeting at my shop or yours. So then I'm just laughing at this point, right? So I go, and this is me being a smart ass, so I get that. But then I go, well, who would pick up the dumpster then? And so he's like, all right, funny guy. And I was like, nah, man. I was like, I'm just fucking with you. I was like, I'm just trying to make the point that there's no reason to like be all up on my shit, right?
Right.
I was like, there's no reason to talk like this. I was like, I'm just messing with you. I'm like, I'll get the dumpster. I was like, blah, blah, blah. I was like, it's just wild, man. And then like later he realized that the dumpster was gone.
Right.
And he goes, oh, funny that the dumpster is gone when I thought we were meeting at 3. He was like, what time? He's like, what time will you be at your shop? Funny guy. And I was like, dude, I just said I was fucking with you. I was like, you got to respect the balance of nature, dude. I'm like, if you're going to be a dick to somebody, like you can't be surprised when they be.
I want to call him. I want to call this guy.
Right. And I'm like, you wanted to be dominant. I wanted to laugh. I was like, and then I say, fucking way she goes, boys, which is a Trailer Park Boys reference. But anyways, and I was like, just chill out, dude. I was like, there's no reason to like get in a fight and go to jail and all that stuff. I'm like, we got life or whatever. So then he's still mad, right? So he sends me this text. He's like, when given a choice, you can shut your hole. He was like, choose the choice that has less consequences. You action. I don't know what that means. He was like, by no means am I offended. I think you're an idiot. He's like, ignorance does not offend me. And so I'm laughing. I'm like, I don't get okay. Anyway, so then he was like basically saying all this stuff and saying how I'm the idiot. And he's like, at the end of the day, you did what you're told and I got what I wanted. So I just said LOL because I was like,
right.
I just don't want to talk to him anymore. Anyway, so then he goes, now he's like really mad. And this is the last text he sent, but he was like, basically saying how I was acting tough. And I'm like, I'm not acting tough, dude. I'm just like fucking with you. But anyways, then he said he was going to show up to our shop with a work trailer to basically kill me, right? He was like, no witnesses, no cops, no jail. And I'm like, LOL.
Holy shit.
I know. I'm like, dude, like, I don't get it, dude. I'm like, I don't get, like, it's a dumpster. And
yeah.
I'm like, I'm just one of those dudes that, like, I feel like I've seen enough movies where, like, when you act stupid tough like that, like, you always look like an idiot. So I was just like, all right, dude.
I'm going to call him. I'm going to hang up with, I'm going to tell you what. I want to call over there, but I want to fuck with him.
Oh, shit. I'm going to have to hear this.
Okay, stand by. Okay.
Oh, shit.
Let me, I want to *67 my number because I don't want him calling me back.
Does that even work anymore? Are you sure?
I think it does. Okay. Don't worry, I won't make this worse. Famous last words. Okay, here we go.
Thank you for calling. This call may be recorded for quality assurance purposes.
Oh, come on. Now, he won't be able to hear you if someone does pick it up. You can hear them, but they won't hear you. Come on.
Hi, you've reached the voicemail of Chris Kelly with West Michigan Roofing. I am on the other call or away from my desk.
Is that it?
Yeah,
Please leave me a brief message with your name.
What the fuck? I looked at this. That's embarrassing. Okay, what are they called again? Oh, Next Day.
Yeah, that was
fucked
funny.
That shit up.
You're just about to mess with the wrong company.
I know it. That's embarrassing. 359. Yeah, that's the wrong company. Yeah, it's the wrong company. Jesus, I'm sorry. Okay. Okay. Now we're good. I promise. Oh shit, it hung up on me. Dude, this sucks. Okay, this is what I'll do. I'm gonna circle back to this, as Jen Psaki would say, and I'll save it for like the Patreon or something like that. I've got an idea.
Yeah, dude. So all of that's all true. That's all a true story about just shit that's happened. And I thought it was some good ass content.
It is. I'm glad you're okay. The guy sounds like a raging lunatic, you know?
Oh yeah, for sure. But yeah, whatever.
Jesus. All right. Anything else going on?
No. August. It was a pretty good month for us at Dumpster Divers. We're busy, dude. So
I like it.
Chill, dude.
I like it. Okay. Hey, I appreciate you. Do anything over the weekend? Fun?
I think we're gonna go tubing. I think.
All right. Okay. Be careful, please.
That'd be cool.
Be careful.
Oh yeah, for sure.
All right. DumpsterDiversLLC.com. You're a good man, Kyle.
Love you guys.
All right. Peace, buddy. Kyle from Dumpster Divers, as always. Jesus Christ. I can't imagine putting up with that shit. Holy cow. But what I'll do is on the Patreon, I can try to get a hold of this guy or at least someone from that company and put a scenario forth that involves dumpsters. I haven't quite yet formulated it, but that is something that needs to happen. Good thing we still have that Patreon coming up. I'll at least try. I can't guarantee. I mean, I called and the thing didn't pick up. The comment from Tyler, who was on fire, you can see the ADD leaking out of Eric's ears. I thought this was Chris from Minnesota for a second. LOL. That is awesome. Very funny. Fuck. Yeah, I was like, come on. Little lighter on the details. Just a little lighter on I don't need, there's several, leave it on the editing room floor. Okay? Chop. This is what that story could have been like. Hey, I got in a fight with a roofer. What do you mean? Yeah, this guy was pissed off at me. And this was the exchange we had. But this is how Kyle told it. So anyway, 10 years ago, I worked for this roofing company. Oh, my God. And then it went to, then I ran into him later at the home show. And then, so he's giving me every detail about the business arrangement between him and roofing company. You could have started with, so some asshole texted me. God damn it. Kuiper says the story needed the details. Disagree. Kind of. It was a good story, though, Tyler says. Yeah, that's just me. That's the ADD talking. The ADHD talking. So that's more of a me problem, not a him problem. Okay. Hire me on Cameo if you want me to review a stupid movie. Cameo.com/Eric Zane. Thank you to Blue Frost IT for being the managed IT service provider of this show. They are awesome. If you have any tech issues, that's who you call. If you want a tech upgrade for your business, improve the equipment that you use, you should probably get an estimate from them as to how much it's going to cost to do just that. Let them know what the technical aspects of your company are, and they will help you on their complimentary consultation, Blue Frost IT. Full House Comedy. If you want to see a comedy show in the area, all you need to do is go to fullhousecomedy.com, and they will help you out. You can go see a show. Show's going on usually Thursday through Saturday. fullhousecomedy.com. Your asshole of the day is brought to you by TC Paintball. We do this each and every day on the show. Next day roofing is your asshole of the day for what the guy did. Tough talking our pal Kyle. Holy shit. Congrats. Next day roofing. All right. Wow. We're putting the wraps on this one. The Eric Zane Show podcast is almost done.
Think alike. That's where we're going to go down the drain.
This lady speaking during...
Please do not get rid of Mr. Venema. Do not censor
public comment.
Keep up the good work, but we need more communication, less power.
This public comment is such a charade. What a waste of time. As if any of
Number
this
47 is George Meyerhauser
is going to affect anything. George Meyerhauser, where are you? Come on up. Hurry the fuck up. Come on, let's go.
Good evening. I'm here to voice my support for Joe Moss, Sylvia Rhodey, Allison Miedema, Gretchen Cosby,
and these other people that hate gays.
Evil, and Roger Belknap.
I am a dumb fuck asshole.
You clean house on day one. I support that. You have not wavered, apologized, or given in to your critics, including, quote unquote, your fellow Republicans on the Board of Commissioners.
Oh, he's dogging Bonham there.
I applaud that. Keep doing what you're doing. Don't ever, ever back down.
All right. I just want to, I get the urge to shoot somebody in the face when I hear this shit, so I got to turn it down. That is it for Not the Best of the Eric Zane Show podcast. Okay? Now, on my Patreon, I've got something for you to listen to while I'm away. It's a 3-hour show that you're going to love. It's from many, many years ago, and you must check it out. And I want you to do it for free. Patreon.com. Someone says we need to check that guy's hard drive. Patreon.com/Eric Zane. 7 days free for you. Okay? Go there and check out some of the stuff, specifically those shows I was telling you that are listed as something to listen to while I'm away. I know you'll love that. And then I know you're going to love Who Are These Free Beers? Who Are These Zanes? The Ben and Eric Patreon podcast. You're going to love it all. And it's free for 7 days. Patreon.com/Eric Zane. All right, that's it. Another show in the books. Thank you. Don't forget, fresh shows July 6th. That's Thursday. And I will talk to you down the road. Thanks so much, folks. Bye-bye.